Good morning. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate, and council takes direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to a muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call the Community and Public Services Committee April 8th, 2024 meeting to order. And at this time, I would like to do a land acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Next, I will do a roll call. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mayor Sohi. He may be joining us later. And next we will do adoption of the agenda. Oh, sorry, yes, let me check with the other councillors. That's a fantastic idea. We'll start to my right. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Now we'll move to adoption of the agenda. Councillor Knack.
Happy to move the adoption of the agenda, actually with no changes, because this is just request to speak and request for time specific. So yes, as there.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any questions? Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Approval of the minutes.
I will move the approval of the minutes from the March 18th, 2024 Community and Public Services Committee meeting.
Any errors or omissions? Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Next, protocol items. I'm not aware of any protocol items. Select items for debate. I'll ask my colleagues to please sign up to select items for debate. Councillor Knack?
Thank you. Yes, I'll select items 7.1, 7.2, and 8.1.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. That appears to be all the items that were selected. Thank you. So we do not vote on reports not selected for debate, as all items have been selected. Request to speak. You're busy today, Councillor Knack. Please go ahead.
Oh, let's do it. Yes. Okay. So I will move that the Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. On item 7.1, Penina McBride, and from the Edmonton Downtown Business Association. And number 2, Alex Haritsu from the Downtown Recovery Coalition. I hope I got that right by now, Alex, after I feel like you've said it a million times and then it's been said 10 million times. Speaking of names that we always get wrong, number 1 on item 7.2, Laura Cunningham Chappelle, and number 2, Sheila Hallett, number 3, Tanya La Riviere, and then on 8.1, Phil O'Hara.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Next, we have a request for time specific on agenda.
So if you give me a tad bit of latitude, before I move that, I see the speaker who had requested maybe being time specific, Ms. La Riviere. According to our agenda, it says you requested this item to be at 1:30. I see all 3 of you here, and this is a agenda that could be finished in the morning. So I just want to check with you. Are you time sensitive now, or can you only be here this morning and you had to leave and then you could only come back at 1:30?
If we could do it this morning, that would be great.
Okay, so you're fine if we do it this morning? Okay.
Okay.
Good. Well, I mean, we have to be diligent ourselves, but I believe in us. So I'm not going to move anything right now. I'll just leave the agenda as is. And if we're coming up close to the lunch break, I might move that we allow Ms. La Riviere to speak, but I'll leave it the way it is now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will not vote on that. Next, we'll go to councillor inquiries. Not aware of any. Reports to be dealt with at different meeting, none. Requests to reschedule reports, none. Unfinished business, none. We are on to our public reports, item 7.1. So I'll invite administration down and I'll just go over the procedure. Administration may provide opening remarks or a presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you are participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had the chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function, as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it is your turn to speak. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. As well, I would like to read in my expectation for today. Before we begin our discussions, for the conduct of everyone participating, to ensure that we have a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in removal of the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion response features in the Google Meet, are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as the chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. And I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. Having said that, I will go to administration. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I first wanted to just mention we got the news on Friday about just the shift in roles. So with Eddie in the interim city manager role, I'll be stepping into the acting deputy city manager role. And then with us today, I'll introduce Caitlin Zarabeski. She's in the Hollywood Squares, who will be in the acting branch manager role for Parks and Road Services throughout that time. So appreciate everyone's patience as we transition into these new roles, and the things that you would come to me for will eventually shift to Caitlin, and the Eddie stuff will all take over. So moving on to the Center City Optimization Pilot Project. I just want to say good morning. The city's Parks and Road Services teams work hard for the care, for the safety, cleanliness, reliability, and maintenance of the city's built assets for mobility and open spaces. So we're here today to talk about the work that administration's done with the Center City Optimization Pilot Project to improve service, cleanliness, and safety in the downtown core. So affectionately, we called this the greening, cleaning, maintaining work, and a dedicated team focused on that for the downtown core in the Center City boundaries. So we're going to talk about next steps as this pilot is coming to an end. So with me today, we have Mark Beer, who's the Director of Infrastructure Operations in Parks and Road Services. We also have a handful of staff online and with us here in person today. We've got Darren Grove, who's our Acting General Supervisor of Open Space Operations, Nicole Frazier, who's the General Supervisor of Operations Planning and Monitoring, and a number of folks from our infrastructure maintenance team. So I'm going to pass things to Mark, who will walk through the presentation, and then after speakers, we're happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Craig. So what you see on the slide here in front of you is what the city plan describes as the Center City area. It is Edmonton's cultural, economic, institutional, and mobility hub. In June 2023, administration launched the Center City Optimization Pilot Project aimed at improving cleanliness, maintenance service levels, public safety, and vibrancy within the Center City area. This work supports the Downtown Vibrancy Strategy, the Chinatown Strategy, Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy, and general efforts to help downtown visitors, events, and businesses return to pre-pandemic levels by creating safe, inclusive, and welcoming spaces. This pilot project was built around new working model for crews in the downtown core. 50 employees are split across 3 subunits. So first, a Clean City team performs maintenance at rooted hotspots to help maintain and clean the area. Examples include needle collection, biohazard cleaning, graffiti removal, power washing, and the removal of loose waste, debris, and any other cleanliness concerns. A Parks landscaping team coordinates and completes green space maintenance above the city's standard service levels, such as mowing and trimming grass, pruning shrubs and trees, planting and weeding horticulture beds, and more to improve safety and aesthetics. An inspection team identifies issues with city-owned assets and sends requests for services to the Clean City team, Parks landscape team, or other appropriate city teams to address. The Center City team operates 7 days a week. If you just go back one. The Center City team operates 7 days a week to ensure ongoing general cleanliness, but are also key in helping to prepare public spaces to welcome large events to the Center City area. These include local festivals such as the Taste of Edmonton, the Midsummer Festival in Chinatown, as well as national and international events such as the Junos, the NHL Heritage Classic, and large conferences. So, key results. What you see on this slide, we had a really hard time determining which pictures to include in this presentation, but thanks to Nelson Atkin, who worked on this project, he created a GIF that's going to cycle through a lot of the before and after pictures and the differences that the team made. So thanks, Nelson. The Center City pilot enhanced service in the program area compared to standard operations by increasing personnel and service integration. From June 2023 to January 2024, the team received over 10,000 notifications for issues. Of these, 92% were proactively identified by the Center City team, and only 8% came from members of the public. While some of these notifications may have been duplicates about the same issues, this highlights the difference that this proactive approach made. With crews actively seeking out issues, it meant that many concerns were being addressed before residents and businesses or event coordinators had a chance to identify them. Most notably, the median response time to notifications dropped from 17 days in June 2023 to just 5 days in January 2024. Some key achievements that resulted from these notifications included over 3,000 graffiti tags being removed, picking up over 15,000 needles, and addressing over 1,600 reports of garbage and litter. Targeted pressure washing was also added as a tool to help address waste and improve the appearance of sidewalks and plazas. Additionally, the team doubled turf maintenance from the standard twice per month to weekly and restored the majority of horticulture beds in the Center City area. This included extensive pruning, shrub maintenance, edging around beds, and mulching. This improves the appearance of and health of the beds, but also has a positive impact on safety because it ensures clear sight lines. The maintained areas are more inviting, which also helps increase community activation and downtown vibrancy. The result of all of these improvements has been to make Center City more attractive, welcoming, and safe for those who visit, live, and work in the area. So, community insight. If you go to the next slide, please. Administration conducted several different surveys to understand Edmontonians' experiences and perceptions visiting and living in the Center City area, and to identify areas for service improvement. Residents were surveyed through the Edmonton Insight community, as well as open survey links available to the broader public in March of 2023. This was to establish a baseline before the program started, and in September 2023 to get some feedback on how things went. Despite the increased service, the perception of cleanliness remained relatively stable. This may have been influenced by a few different factors, such as the time of year or weather conditions impacting the time spent outside and visibility of waste. Despite this, it was confirmed that cleanliness is a key factor when it comes to improving people's perceptions of how safe an area is. Additionally, a majority of the respondents said that they would be willing to spend more time in the Center City area if it was cleaner. The yearly Business Improvement Area Patron and Business Survey results showed improvements between 2022 and 2023. When examining the results for Center City BIAs, we saw a 6% increase in Chinatown and North Edge patrons, agreeing that the area was aesthetically pleasing. Downtown was higher, with an increase of 10%. When it came to safety, there was a 6% increase in patron agreement that the downtown area was safe, and perceptions of safety for downtown businesses and patrons in Chinatown and North Edge remained stable. Administration also engaged directly with the business improvement areas and the business community through the pilot. Through these conversations, the Center City team received a lot of positive feedback about their proactive approach and support for the downtown vibrancy efforts of both external parties and other city departments. This feedback from businesses and people working or visiting downtown indicated a significant improvement in the appearance of downtown from the previous year. I'll turn it over to Craig for the conclusion.
So the pilot project launched in 2023 and was initially funded through tax levy and provincial grant funding until January of 2024. An additional $1.5 million in one-time funding received through the fall 2023 supplemental operating budget adjustment was extended, which extended the program until the end of July 2024. So that's this upcoming July. The city applied for a grant from the province in order to fund the program through to the end of this year, and that application was unsuccessful, and so no provincial funding was provided as part of the provincial budget announcement in end February. So if the program ends in July, as it's currently funded for, this would mean that the Center City area would go from this enhanced service back down to the standard city's levels of service in the middle of summer festival season. So this would impact appearance of turf and horticulture beds, litter pickup, and addressing other issues. And because crews will no longer be proactively addressing them to the same degree that we have since they have been since the June of last year, This would also mean mid-season staff layoffs. So to avoid those impacts, administration plans to adjust the Center City service levels. And so this is all outlined in attachment 2 to stretch the funding to continue operating until the end of October. So services will be slightly lower. We're essentially diluting things to stretch it out until end of October, but still enhance services when you compare that back to the base level before this entire initiative. So this will provide that consistent level of service throughout the remainder of the summer and the fall, and service will return to standard service levels for the winter when people are less likely to be outdoors and the aesthetics of the area will be less impacted by litter due to snow. To extend the Center City program with full enhancements through the end of 2024, the program would require an additional $1.5 million of one-time funding for the remainder of the 6 months of the year, so that's August through till December. The cost to fund the program year-round on a permanent basis is $3 million annually. So if funded on an ongoing basis, we would also review the possibility of a one-time adjustment to purchase equipment, leasing versus ongoing purchasing rather than ongoing leasing. So if directed, administration can provide a funding request for either the 2024 spring or fall supplemental operating budget adjustments, the SOBAs. However, in the absence of any additional funding, administration will continue to plan to extend the Center City operations until end of October and then revert back to the standard service levels for the winter. So this concludes the presentation, and following speakers, happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much for that presentation, and thank you for stepping into your new role. And I will call down the speakers to head on down now, Punita McBrien and Alex Ritsu. Good morning. So whenever you're ready, Punita, you can go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the committee and council members for hearing us today. And I want to start by really just extending our gratitude to city administration for taking on this pilot project. Nothing in that presentation was overstated. The impact has been undeniable. The feedback anecdotally from people who knew nothing about the project made comments to me sort of throughout last summer and fall that it feels like things just got so much cleaner, and what happened exactly? So the impact was undeniable. But I feel like I have to temper that by pointing out that what we achieved over the past year is the bare minimum of an acceptable standard for cleanliness and maintenance in the most economically and culturally consequential neighborhood of our city. What's up on screen right now is Maslow's hierarchy of needs as it applies to business districts. So this is from the International Downtown Association. I feel like it does a really great job of painting the picture that I think we all understand, which is that all of the things sort of as you go higher up in that triangle are really important to downtown vibrancy and economic vitality and prosperity. But all of it is an uphill battle and frankly doesn't have the impact that it should if you're not getting that bottom foundational layer right. And I will say that this past year, specifically last summer, I will say, is the first time it felt like we had that foundation right. Since I started in this role, which was December 2020. The rest of it, as you know, we do a lot of things in branding and marketing and events and beautification and all these other things, flower planters, but it feels like you're climbing a mountain made of sand when you're not. Can you tell I just saw Dune 2 on the weekend? It feels so unwinnable when you're not, when it feels like the general perceptions are still really quite negative because of an unacceptable standard of cleanliness and maintenance. Next slide, please. Many of you will likely be aware of our Higher Good downtown, what used to be called Downtown Proud. We've rebranded recently as Downtown Shine. Our operations director and one of our project coordinators is here as well. It's our first city council meeting. And so thank you to the team for everything that they put into our supplemental service delivery. So this is a social enterprise program we fund out of our operating budget with some city grant funding that sort of helps us enhance our program a little bit. But an important distinction here is that these are supplemental services. And actually, this program, the Center City Optimization Pilot, is the first time we've ever seen anything resembling service level standards from city administration for downtown. So it's always been really tough, as I'm sure you can imagine, to know what our supplemental services are supposed to be doing when we don't know what the acceptable level of base service levels are that we should be expecting from city administration. So another outcome of this program has been that we now know what that service level standard is, which is really helpful. But it's important to note that for the services that we provide, which now includes power washing and some other services, we don't have any kind of a service agreement in place with the city. It's strictly grant funded and funded by us as supplemental services for litter pickup, needle pickup, all that kind of stuff, because we can be a little bit more proactive and on the ground every single day, especially because the Center City program is spread out across all of Center City and not just downtown. Next slide, please. So I debated heavily whether to do this today because I've never done this before in a public meeting, but I'm going to show you a series of photos, all of which were taken in the past 2 weeks by my team just walking around. Not outwardly looking, specifically looking for things to take photos of, but as a course of work for our ambassadors, we do a lot of 311 reports, and so every single photo that I'm going to show you have been 311 reports we've had to make over the past couple of weeks. Next slide. So things that I know that the aim of the Center City pilot program is to be more proactive and to address things, on site rather than waiting for 311 complaints. But I just wanted to show these images to illustrate what happens when we take our foot off the gas even a millimeter, which is essentially, as administration was just outlining, this program is really focused on sort of the summertime. We did, I feel like, sort of let our foot off the gas over the winter to sort of save up those resources for deployment in summer. Next slide. And so this is what we deal with on a daily basis downtown. And so every single one of these was a 311 complaint. We're fortunate downtown to have the staff that can make these complaints constantly. A lot of BIAs don't have that kind of staff complement to make these complaints and get them addressed. Next slide. And so not only the volume...
I apologize.
Oh, am I out of time?
Yeah,
So sorry.
Yeah, your time's
Okay.
up, but thank you very
so
much for your presentation and your comments. Next, we'll go to Alex Ritsu. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks so much, everyone. So I'm happy to speak on behalf of the Downtown Recovery Coalition to highlight just tremendous success of the impact of the Center City pilot project on our downtown core. As we all know, downtown isn't just the heart of Edmonton, it's the pulse of our city's cultural, economic, and institutional vibrancy. Since its launch in 2023, the results of this project have been nothing short of impactful, thanks to the efforts of the Center City crews. And over the course of 2023, the DRC was able to join administration and Councillor Stevenson quarterly to kind of walk through the areas of the core that needed more cleaning and infrastructure attention. We witnessed firsthand how the team diligently addressed the issues in an expedited manner. And I cannot stress the importance in ensuring our downtown is clean. In particular, their efforts leading up to major events like, for example, the Hydrogen Convention are not only critical, but make visitors feel safe and willing to enjoy the many offerings our downtown has for them. So as we look ahead to the fall budget, I'd really like to urge careful consideration of how you're funding this and encourage further direct conversations with the BIA in this measure. The metrics of success do speak for themselves, but I do think there are different ways of finding efficiencies that I think would be valuable in deploying some of these efforts. I just want to highlight response times reduced, from 17 days to just 5 days is huge for the Central Business District. Over 10,000 notifications have been received, addressed, and impressive achievements like the removal of 3,000 graffiti tags and the pickup of over 1,500 needles is significant. The most significant impact, though, of the pilot project is the tangible improvement to the quality of life for residents. As you know, the DRC also represents the Downtown Edmonton Community League. And overall, the revitalization of our central business district and all of the small businesses that employ people throughout the downtown core. So by continuing this program, we're not only ensuring consistent and enhanced service levels, but also demonstrating an unwavering commitment to the prosperity and well-being of our city, which, and quite honestly, after the debates last week, is investors are questioning where they should be spending a lot of their money and placing their next investments. And so the next moves in terms of how you're going to be addressing cleaning up downtown are going to be significant. And I'll leave it to that.
Thank you very much, both, for being here today. Next, we'll go to questions of the speakers. Councillor Knack, you selected this item. Do you have any questions?
No, happy to defer to the downtown
Okay,
council.
I don't see any committee colleagues, so please go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Well, that's very kind. Thank you so much, and thank you both for being here this morning. My first question would just be to Speaker McBrien, if you would like to finish your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize. Yeah, the reality is that your October budget deliberations are not going to be any easier than your spring budget deliberations, and that is not lost on us. And $2.5 or $3 million a year is a lot of money. And so I just would offer us up as eager partners in figuring out how we might be able to achieve the same service levels more efficiently and more cost effectively. We have a lot of ideas, and we've shared some thoughts with city administration as they shared this report with us. And then Ms. Ritsu did sort of finish my last thought, which is just the reality that if we're seeing all of those things on a day-to-day basis walking around, so are investors and developers. And that is the very, very big question mark that we're dealing with, which is who wants to invest in a neighborhood that looks like that on a daily basis?
Yeah, great. I appreciate that. I should have started as well, just, thanking you both for being here and also for highlighting the successes that we've seen, that this has had a positive impact, this investment has had a return. And the idea at this point, I think, that I'm hearing from you is how can we best carry that forward? So maybe you could elaborate a little bit just in terms of some of the opportunities you see. I know that you have that partnership with Higher Good that you highlighted. So maybe just in very broad strokes, what are some of those ideas that you have moving forward?
Yeah, so right now, our services through Higher Good are all supplemental. As I mentioned, we only spend on average in a year about $80,000 a year on those supplemental services. Before the Center City pilot started, we did get a one-time grant from the city of $100,000 that allowed us to do heavy-duty power washing and just like really ramp up our service delivery. So I would actually argue we started to see an improvement even before the pilot started because we were able to start a lot of that work through contracting and outsourcing. And now we're sort of back down to that roughly $80,000 a year that we're spending. And what we could do with even 3 times that or 4 times that amount of money could get pretty close to reaching some of those service levels that city administration has identified, particularly when it comes to litter pickup, graffiti removal, debris removal, pressure washing, some of that stuff that's like totally within the purview of Higher Good and one of our other contractors could be much more efficient.
Great. Well, and I think, when we think about city resources and procurement, in ensuring that we are providing quality employment opportunities and adding value to the community, I think is an important consideration. So I'm hearing that, again, some of the ideas you have are focused around Higher Good, a nonprofit providing sort of both the services but also employment opportunities for folks in our community, which has sort of a multiplier effect in value.
Yeah, it's a really powerful partnership that we have, I think. And I know OEG uses them for post-playoff cleanup and that kind of thing too. So they play a big role in our community in a lot of ways.
Great. And then, of course, when we're looking at Center City, it does extend beyond the DBA. There are other BIAs that are involved and also, just other areas of our community. Just wondering your thoughts. It seems to me that it will be very important that, if there's a program that's developed specifically for the downtown, that those higher service levels may still be needed in the surrounding areas.
I would argue, and I've talked to my BIA colleagues about this, that for less money than what's been proposed to continue the Center City program, you could actually deliver this service level in all BIAs if it were outsourced.
Interesting. And again, I think that outsourcing, we're talking about nonprofit outsourcing, just because I think there's some really important considerations around there. Okay, well, I think that's been very helpful, and I think we'll have some questions to follow up on with administration. But again, appreciate you both being here today.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you. And thank you for coming in and speaking to us today. I've got a few questions here. So the first is, I don't know if you keep track of some of these things that I'm curious about, but do you know the estimated dollar amount that the impact of clean versus not clean city has on the local economy or the investment that we see?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Paquette. That's a really tough thing to quantify. I think some of the data that city administration presented attempts to answer some of that. I can share with you recent surveys we've done where we ask members of the public how much different factors influence their willingness to come downtown. And cleanliness consistently ranks number 2 as, whether it's clean or not is the second most impactful thing as to whether I will come there. And we know that if a visitor comes downtown, they're obviously participating in our local economy. So it's tough to quantify dollar amounts. I guess if we could come up with a dollar value of the average visitor to downtown, how much they're spending in our economy, we could maybe come up with that. But then there's the bigger question too of investors and developers and how influential it is in their decisions.
Yeah, do you think that the information might exist like just as a general study that's not city specific or Edmonton specific, might be some other city specific, because essentially those things do translate almost 1-to-1 from city to city.
Yeah, absolutely. I can look into that for you, Councillor Paquette, with the IDA. I'm sure there's something out there that tries to quantify that.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate that because I agree. I mean, it just seems to stand to reason that there's an impact. It'd be great to be able to quantify that. So the next question I have is just about, we talk about willingness to come downtown. Do we have an idea of how many residential units will be coming on board in the next little while so that we have more people actually living downtown?
So from the early 2021 construction starts, I think there's roughly, I want to say 1,400 units in downtown proper that'll be finished within the next few months, which is very exciting. And then there were some additional units created over in the 124th Street area.
Right. Yeah. Okay, good. So the
So 10%
population
increase in our residential population.
Yeah. Okay, great. That is exactly what I was hoping to hear. Thank you. And then I guess the other question that I'm definitely going to be asked is owner responsibility. Do we find that property owners are stepping up to also engage in daily cleaning and things like that of their own property, which essentially becomes, the publicly accessible areas that most people are going to see?
Yes, absolutely. That's a great question. I think most do. On a day-to-day basis, walking around City Center Mall, for example, you see them doing sort of pressure washing on their sidewalks on a regular basis in the spring and summer. A handful of other properties are very, very proactive, doing daily activity. Most, I would say, are doing an acceptable level of maintenance. There is definitely a problem, though, of delinquent property owners, particularly those with a lot of vacancy who aren't here, which is a battle for the BIA just as much for the city and for citizens, because we also don't get any levy contributions from those property owners under the current funding model. Right.
So for myself, if there's garbage on my property, I'm responsible for cleaning it up, no matter where it came from. In the winter, if I don't shovel, I'm the one who gets the ticket. And if I don't shovel, the city will come out and do it, and I will get a bill. So I'm just wondering, is that something that we're looking at as far as enhancing the sort of cleaning effort? Is that something that the DRC has discussed, or that the downtown BIA has discussed, or anything like that?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I think, you know, we've encouraged and we've launched the corporate cleanup challenge. So we're really trying to hold the community accountable to doing their part in terms of that. Last year we had 800 volunteers show up to clean up downtown. So I definitely think the community is engaged in making sure that they're doing their part. And I don't know if Punita wants to add anything further.
Yeah, I think, I mean, property owners know, for example, that graffiti is their responsibility. So even if, as a citizen, you report graffiti to 311, it's the property owner who gets notified, and they are responsible for that cleanup. So that part's there. A lot of the garbage, litter, needles, we are talking about city property. We're talking about transit property. We're talking about city-owned bins that are getting emptied out because they're overflowing. We're talking about parks, Beaver Hills House Park and Michael Fair Park. And then city infrastructure that is, you know, in dire need of maintenance.
I'm out of time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice?
Thank you for both of you and come here to speak this program and important and for the coal city center area. So I have similar question as Councillor Picard, and then I think I got some answer that I will take off from my list. So other question I do have here to Punita. So regarding the supplement services you mentioned about, that's besides our city services we provided, and then also you mentioned about the receive some grant and from city and from your own operational perspective to do something. I'm wondering, and without this program, and then however with the grant you received, and for the supplement services you are able to continue to do it.
Yes, our supplemental services will continue. They still are right now. It's about $80,000 a year, with $65,000 coming from our budget, and about $20,000 coming from the city in a grant. So about $85,000 is the total.
So is that city grants is under this program, or is it different grants?
No, it's a capital city cleanup grant that's been around for a long time, and all BIAs can access that $20,000.
Okay, thank you for that. In terms of another number you mentioned for the ongoing program, and if this program become ongoing, you mentioned about $2.5 million. That is different from the presentation I heard, $3 million for the ongoing. So can you explain a little bit why is that difference?
Yeah, that was my mistake, I believe. I think originally it was $2.5 million last year, and then the $3 million is the new number from city administration that they presented today.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So another one, and question could to both of you, and in terms of investment and then the perception of safety and improvement as a result of this program. Can you explain a little bit more? I heard earlier, yes, and it's difficult to quantify, but I believe somewhere we could find that quantified data. But from an impact perspective, as an implication perspective, if this program, and right now for the 1 year, and if it's ongoing, and what could you say and really change, the key change, and could come to the downtown area?
Maybe I'll go first. I'll give a really tangible example. Prior to the launch of this pilot project, I had submitted a 311 complaint for, unfortunately, a blood stain that was right outside of the Hotel Mac, leading towards Churchill Square. So right really within like a district that visitors tour often. It went ignored for 4 weeks in the middle of the summer when it was 33 degrees. Also when our downtown is the most visited and like people are out on the streets and enjoying restaurants and bars. I followed up on it. I forwarded it to the right folks in administration. I think, I want to say almost 10 weeks later, maybe they had power washers out to deal with it, out front of our premier hotel. I can say now that Center City optimization has been effective in terms of addressing things. When things are submitted, it is really a turnaround of 5 days. And that is what we need in the central business district for sure. Especially just given what we're dealing with in terms of the vulnerable people that are struggling outside right now. Like if we don't have what we need from other orders of government to address those issues, at the very least, we need to make sure that we're keeping it clean as a bare minimum. That's just table stakes, but maybe Ms. McBrien has more to
Okay,
share.
thank you very much. And
Okay.
then I will use the rest of my time to ask another question. And so for both you speak, and then does not include the results in Chinatown, right? Or even the picture you showed.
Yeah, we're not here to speak on behalf of any other area. Obviously, both of us just happen to represent the downtown neighborhood, but this program did run across Chinatown, 124th Street, and the North Edge BIA as well.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you both for making the time today to speak. Punita, you said that you asked us the Capital City Cleanup Grant. Is Downtown Vibrancy Fund an option for any of the cleanliness?
That's come up in the past. I would defer to my colleagues in administration to answer that, but I will say that hierarchy of needs that I showed, my understanding of the Downtown Vibrancy Fund was it was primarily to address everything above that purple baseline. And really what we're talking about with these services are base core city services that are required in a center city.
And Alex, that 3-on-1 request you made, that was a few years back before this pilot went into place, obviously.
Yeah, it was prior to the launch of this project, or pilot project, yeah.
And Punita, I like your approach around, you're essentially trying to achieve the same outcome, same service level, agnostic of how we kind of get there, whether it's a full funding to essentially staff all the teams to do all the work and the coordination, or if it's to outsource, let's say, to Higher Good or other, I don't know, like other nonprofit means out there.
Yeah, that's correct. I've studied this a lot in other downtowns and other business districts, how everyone else is doing it, and it's actually very rare today that a municipality fully delivers all of these services through the bureaucracy in their downtown and their key business districts. It's very rare.
Can you share actually a few other examples beyond kind of outsourcing? Are there other things that other BIs are doing elsewhere?
It's usually a public-private partnership of some kind. In the States, it's a little bit different. Business improvement districts are almost considered like a hyper-local layer of government. So they actually call them intergovernmental agreements.
Oh, okay.
It's an interesting, so where there's a service agreement, where a downtown BIA, Denver, for example, the downtown Denver bid actually is the service provider, so they have a services agreement with the city where they're responsible for delivering even as much as snow and ice removal, litter pickup, sidewalk repair, brick replacement for them and the surrounding 3 BIAs just as an organization. So they've actually become a maintenance and cleaning organization. I am not advocating for that today, but that's as far as it goes in some cities where the city just fully looks to a partner and says, you're able to much more nimbly and efficiently deliver these services.
And it also sounds like you're advocating to building greater capacity for at least that arm of your staff who works with the Higher Good team, but perhaps some greater capacity there. Not quite the Denver kind of model, but more than what it is now.
Yeah, I think so. I think you need some level, like a project manager of some kind at least to manage. If it is a lot more higher service level, more staff, from a Higher Good, yeah, you probably need at least one full-time staff person to manage those contracts, but not anything super significant, I don't think.
And I'm also wondering, ever since, earlier this year with the Navigation and Support Center, are you seeing any tangible changes and improvements?
I think so. I think one of the biggest improvements was the ability for groups like 24/7 Crisis Diversion to have somewhere to take folks who are in crisis on the street, rather than an ER, which is often not appropriate, or a police response. Like, I think that's actually been really wonderful from what I hear. I hear outreach workers are taking folks there. I don't know that I've seen firsthand an improvement when it comes to people who are suffering on our streets downtown. In fact, I feel like I've seen an increase since the winter. So it's really tough to say. Like, we are very supportive of that navigation center, and I feel like there's a lot of potential there for that kind of hub model. But the reality of the problem we're dealing with is still so big.
Yeah, I certainly, continue to see lots of struggles on the street. I guess, but one of the purpose there was to also, reduce the incidence of encampments, for example, so people have a place to go, and a lot of your photos, which we have your full presentation, even though you didn't share all the photos, we do see all of them. I guess I was wondering more about debris and encampment, remnants. They're cleaned up fairly quickly. Are you seeing any changes in terms of cleanliness?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. It looks like that finishes the questions to our speakers. Thank you very much. We'll now go to questions of administration. I'll ask my colleagues to please sign up. Councillor Knack, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the information. So just trying to get a sense of best way to advance some next steps here. Really keen on the idea of a program that would incorporate all BIAs, because great to have downtown and all the other spots carried, but I would love to see spots like Stony Plain Road and other BIAs get some attention. So wanting to get a sense of if there's a way to do it with that same amount of money, but through a nonprofit, which we do in a number of parts of the city in different ways. Is that something that you could explore? I mean, I imagine you couldn't do that, in the next 2 weeks or 2 months to be ready in every BIA, but to be ready for a time later in the fall.
Yeah. I think the intent here was to really talk about Center City as we described in City Plan, but at the same time use this as a model that can be scaled. Mm-hmm. And so we know that there's other BIAs or other areas across the city that would benefit from this work. Mm-hmm. And so really trying to find that balance of funding and resourcing in order to scale that. So we've got a number of operational efficiencies that we've been looking at internally, how do we squeeze the most amount of value out of these dollars. But I think in order to scale it to new locations, that would take a little bit more time beyond, being prepared for this summer, I think would not be an option, but something that we could be able to speak to in more detail probably by the fall for next year is likely a position we'd be in terms of scaling this work. That's helpful. So in the interim, appreciating we've had some different conversations and some questions. What does it look like right now? The report shows, I just want to get a sense of if we want to continue the same standard for the remainder of this year in the city center piece. Can you just make it sure I'm 100% clear on what you need to allow you to make it through to the fall before we would have that broader conversation? Yeah, and in order to, so what we have, using round numbers, it's about a $3 million a year program. Yeah. Right now we have 1.5. So in order to keep the city, in order to keep these services for the entire 2024, we're short $1.5 million. Okay. What we are doing with the 1.5 that we have is stretching it till the end of October to make it through that festival season, to provide what we see as our best professional advice in terms of how do we provide the best impact to Edmontonians in the center city with what we have. Yeah. So it's a stretch, but at a lower, so essentially we're a lower standard than we had last year with it, because you're stretching out that Correct. Existing resource. Absolutely. Okay. So we wanted to be very clear with council that we are changing a service level with this intention to try to maximize what we have, understanding the financial climate that we're in. Okay. For that specific conversation, if we wanted to change that, that would be a conversation 2 weeks from now at the SOPA conversation. That's right. And so we have options. We have attachment 2 talks about the different services that's dropping, like the park rehab work. But any sort of adjustment. So we strategically wanted to have this conversation after we found out about the provincial budget in February, but before spring SOBA, to inform council this is what we are doing and have that option to make any changes if you see fit. Just remembering on the report here,
do you need, and I appreciate that we might not, based off our current financial situation, but is there a service package that's coming as part of spring, or do you need direction that, even if we wanted to consider it, do you need that?
We would need direction for spring. As of right now, we're in a position to extend the services until end October.
Yeah.
We would need council direction in order to change that.
Okay. All right. And I know we won't love that conversation, but I'm wondering, okay. All right. Let me think about that and I'm thinking about both the longer term as a fall conversation about all BIAs, but also on that short term. Okay, I'll think about that more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, I believe Councillor Stevenson is ahead of me.
Yes, thank you, but she's not on committee, so she just reminded me as well. So
Right.
she's fine with you to go ahead.
Didn't want to defer, but okay. So along the lines of the last question, so if council determined that, well, let me put it this way. One of the questions I asked was the economic impact of cleanliness on a city. And I think it's fair to say that the downtown economy and the success of downtown is pretty key to our economic aspirations. So understanding that, if council felt that the priority and the dollars should match, which would mean maintaining last year or increasing from last year, we probably wouldn't want to find the dollars from other maintenance efforts, but has administration taken a look at where alternate dollars could be found that would help to fund this program, shift it from something that may be lower priority?
I would say yes. And all of the different areas that we looked at in city operations would impact service. So I would say the OP12 conversation is likely where all of the different possible areas to harvest reallocatable dollars is what took place, and we did look at all the different services and how do we find more in order to support this. But at the end of the day, it came to service adjustments if we were looking at city operation.
Right. And so I guess the question is, was this considered a priority to allocate dollars to? Was council clear on that? And the other question would be, do there remain any sort of lower priority areas that we could find some money in order to transfer to an effort like this?
Yeah, maybe I'd start by saying another area that we explored was grants, and so we did look at the GOA and put together a comprehensive request to support this. And I think the short answer to was this prioritized throughout the OP12? I believe yes, it was a core service explored throughout that entire exercise.
Okay, but we didn't find any dollars to allocate toward it.
None that have been allocated yet, no.
Okay, so, and I guess that's the crux of the conversation. If this was a priority, and I believe it was, and we went through the exercise of OP12 and didn't find any dollars to dedicate toward this, I'm just wondering if maybe we should take a quick second look on that. I don't know. Okay, so the next question then I guess is, how are we engaging with the DBA and with individual businesses about individual property owners and their responsibility to clean up, and especially when it comes to the challenge of derelict properties, where it seems that the folks who own these properties, by and large, don't feel like they have a civic duty to keep the area clean.
Yeah, I would say we definitely engaged with a lot of our stakeholders, our downtown BIA, the Downtown Recovery Coalition, as you know, them being here, I think is a testament to that. Tom Gervin in our UPE department is here. That might be able to expand on a little bit more on the interactions there.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. This project was one that we talked about at length with partners throughout the, really since implementation. So speaking directly to what was done with the businesses, we didn't engage with businesses specifically, but as Ms. Haritsu mentioned, the quarterly walks were ways that we identified ways that the private sector could support the cleanliness, and I think by and large that was, you know, done overall fairly well. As we continue this work, we've, you know, explored ways to work collaboratively and to find better solutions. The grant that we provided to the EDBA to support their enhanced services is one example. So we'll continue to build those relationships and explore solutions within that scope of work.
Okay. And I'm out of time, so I'll just come back around. Thank you. I've got one more question.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. So I just want to start with a question. And before administration launched this program in June 2023, what services city provided in those area looks like?
Sorry, Councillor, would you mind repeating that question? I missed the...
I said before city administration launched this program last year in June, what services city provided looks like?
Yeah, I'll ask Mark to elaborate on
Sure
that.
thing. So that's part of what we articulated in attachment 2 with the 2022 service levels. It goes through all of the service that we provide downtown, but how Center City has changed is that it's integrated, rooted individual services in the downtown area. So you would have crews that would go and do litter. There would be crews that would do turf and trim. There'd be crews that would do horticulture work, forestry work, maintenance work, and Center City has integrated all of those so that it provides a more enhanced level of service.
So I'm a little bit confused here, and then why I'm saying this, and then in the many years, our city center and is a hub for the economy, culture, events, everything. And then why right now we are launching that program and in 2023, and we need this for the ongoing program. So I just want to see what's really difference made here and use this $3 million.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I can elaborate on that.
So I saw the tangible outputs and in the presentation. I just want to understand what's the benefit our Edmontonians say that $3 million we use, like you mentioned earlier, is tax levy, and we used to the benefit from this.
Yeah, so I'll start with where this came to be. And interestingly enough, one of the examples that Alex brought up around the blood on the sidewalk, we can debate the timeline on those specifics, but it was, coming into the role, we got an overwhelming amount of feedback from influential and important city stakeholders in the Center City core. And so when looking at the different services we provide, we did a lot of this work in different teams. So a team would be dealing with, say, the traffic signs that maybe are left derelict, a team that would see, you know, an inspection for a bench that might not be bolted to the ground to fix that, graffiti. And so it was all work that the city did, but it wasn't consolidated in a single leadership team, and there wasn't a dedicated team to go around and proactively find those things and fix them before the public noticed it. So we relied heavily on 311. So the big shift here is consolidating the team into a single group, and then going out looking for those things proactively and then fixing them before anyone notices it. And then what we did is we leveraged the GOA grant money to really hire folks to be dedicated for this work. And so that's where the benefits have really come from.
So if right now we did not have a GOA grant for this,
yeah,
is there any specific reason why we didn't successful for that application for the grant?
So we did have a GOA grant last year, and that expired at the end of January. A part of the fall SOBA was to inject 6 months worth of money into this. I don't know the reasons why the GOA budget did or did not fund what they did, but that was definitely something that we were very hopeful for and disappointed it didn't continue.
So right now the funding we have $1.5 million will support us go to October end of 31st. and with some like not full enhancement, but some enhancement. So what that looks like for some enhancement?
Yeah, in attachment 2, we talked about, so with the $1.5 million, if we were to continue full enhancements, that would take us till end of July. If we reduce certain things, we can stretch it till end October. And essentially what we have in attachment 2 there is some of the park rehab work. So a lot of the horticulture work that really have had a huge benefit, and I would say immeasurable benefits to safety, security, downtown well-being. You know, lifting the canopy, opening up some of those shrubs, you know, eliminating, you know, using SEPTED principles in terms of creating that like open design and restoring parks back to how they should be. A lot of those overgrown areas can be problematic. And so a number of those parks, we're looking at how do we get the best bang for a buck. We know cleanliness is a big topic, responsiveness is a big topic. Completely agree with Alex and Panita here in terms of like we want to be responsive. And so looking at if we were forced to cut a particular service in order to stretch the dollars, that park rehab work is what we are saying. This is what we won't do in order to stretch that money until end October.
Okay, my time is out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you very much. Just want to start with a huge congratulations to your teams. This is outstanding work, and I think you've demonstrated the return on the investment that we've made and just the very visible impact it's had on our community. It's something I've seen firsthand and also heard from others. I think it was alluded to earlier, but I think, another part of this work that's been so successful is just defining those service levels, being really specific about what we can expect and what they cost as well. I think the proactive reporting is also a game changer. So thank you again to you and your teams for introducing this really innovative approach. I think we're going to have some discussion around, I think we have really firmly established the value of this program. I think there's some interesting conversation about how we deliver it. Just maybe wanted to get some initial thoughts around, again, maybe this hybrid model where we're partnering with BIAs and some of the nonprofits in our community.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's, I think that's a good idea. I immediately think of the operational implications of this and just some of the practical things that we would want to consider. So roles and responsibilities and overall city accountability is something that I think floats to the top of that list.
Yeah.
So when residents and people are walking throughout our downtown core and they see something, they think city. And so, where that role, responsibility, who's responsible for the cleaning, and then the capabilities of nonprofits and social enterprises connecting into a 311 system. We have we have an app dedicated to doing proactive inspections that connects into 311 and dispatches crews. So where that line gets drawn and some of those logistics is something I would think through union implications, contracting out. Those are the things that come to mind. Jurisdictions, boundaries, and then maintenance work, capacity and competence. Right now we're doing maintenance work, whether it's painting or bolting benches or replacing signs, picking up lost signage and then bringing it back to operational yards, so vehicles, access to facilities. So there's a host of things that I think would need to be thoroughly looked at in terms of how do we most effectively leverage that social sector versus using city forces to achieve that same outcome.
Great. No, and I think those are really valid considerations, and I appreciate the quick thinking on this. And I think those are the right conversations to be having going forward. And I think the other important conversation as well, of course, is within Center City, we do have areas that fall outside any BIA. So just how the city continues to manage those areas as well, I think will be an important element of that discussion. I just want to get a bit philosophical for a moment too, and I really appreciated the commentary in the report about equity of services and recognizing that Center City does have unique pressures that don't exist in other areas. And so I was wondering how equity informs what we consider to be base budget. So the report references a $1.3 million base budget. And again, I'm wondering if that base budget is developed on an equality basis with other areas of the city or an equity basis with the other city. And I think the point I'm kind of driving at is that if we are truly looking at an equity approach, does the base budget shift in different areas, if that makes sense?
I could start by saying I'm not entirely sure if the budget was originally built that way. So I think at this point, in order to make that shift, similar to the work we went through with sidewalk maintenance strategy in terms of like how do we most equitably prioritize dollars for fixing those active modes and sidewalks throughout our most used and considering the vulnerability index. So I think if we, regardless of how we come up with a new way, I think given our existing base budget as it stands, in order to move something, we would still have to see a reduction somewhere else.
Yeah. No, and I think that's a really interesting point. And I mean, the question may be, are there areas where services could be reduced without there being a knock-on effect? So a garbage can that doesn't get full every week, it gets full every 2 weeks. But I appreciate that's a much broader conversation. But I think that this work, I think, really starts to point to some of that rethinking in the broader budget. But thank you again for all the work and the discussion today.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. Mr. McEwen, I'm just wondering, you mentioned that it was determined to be a core service at the enhanced level, or just the standard level was core service?
I would say like throughout the OP12 exercise, this particular team wasn't discussed at that level of detail. It was more of like, what are the services that we provide? And so the services that the Centre City team provides would be considered core.
Okay, it would be, okay.
But not the enhanced. And so that was the lens that we took with, if we were to stretch these dollars, what would we see given all of the conversation on OP12 and what is a core service, the park restoration work, like we would see, okay, if we had to cut something, the responsiveness to whether it was like needles or biohazards, being responsive to that versus restoring a park, that's where we decided to make, okay, this is the decision we would make in order to stretch those dollars.
Okay, and I've noticed from some of the photos that were provided in the presentation and that there's been a lot of, I guess, kind of drastic pruning of some of those trees and shrubs and that. So would that be needed that much going forward in the next year?
Yeah, so as we make our way through, I would say that those are the types of things that wouldn't need that same kind of overhaul. So some of those areas have been in rough shape for quite some time, and that kind of connects back to our turf conversation and the report we've brought forward where, growth in inventory versus the proportional growth in resources to maintain those assets. So there's been certain parks that are overgrown, and this Centre City team was able to work through and make an incredible impact over this last summer to, like I said, immeasurable benefits. So to your question, like, would that same level of overhaul be needed every single year? No, but there would need to be, so there'd be a shift in terms of like, how much do we dedicate towards overhauling pocket parks versus sustaining that same standard?
Okay, thank you. And then I'm just wondering, the results that have been provided, and it's kind of amazing, I think, as to how things have been attended to, was up until January of 2024. Now that those encampments that have been massively cleared, are there any other results, like, and you talked about needles and biohazards and that, anything for February or March that would show that there's been a reduction in that and the need for cleaning and servicing that?
Yeah, we've had so this would be kind of diving into the are we talking specifically around like the dedicated team around encampment cleanups?
Well, I'm just like in the report, it shows like the number of needles that were picked up, and so has that reduced now since those encampments have been cleared?
Yeah, this report covered until January. The work that we're doing on like dedicated encampment cleanup there has been like a noticeably, I guess, reduced amount of ongoing issues based on the navigation center and the dedicated resources we have specific to vacant encampment cleanup. So I think that would be similar theme to restoring parks.
Oh, okay. I'm just looking at the key achievements, like 15,000 needles picked up, 1,631 garbage and litter notifications addressed. So was that achieved through the encampment cleanups, or was that achieved through the city center optimization program?
That was the Center City Optimization Program. That's right.
Center City, sorry. Okay. All right. And then my other concern is you also talked about union implications. Have we had a discussion with QP30?
Not on this. The discussion has been how we're leveraging those QP positions, doing the work as of today, and so far we're leveraging in scope union positions to deliver this work. So the comment around union implications would be if we were to shift away and move into a hybrid with social enterprises, that would absolutely be something that we would have to work through with the union in terms of what that would look like.
Okay, so nothing. So could that create some problems? I mean, Higher Good is a wonderful organization, and I think it's great that we are providing those jobs. But what could be the implications with QP30?
I think that's something we would want to like, depending on the direction that we receive. That's something I'd want to be very careful in terms of how do we approach this. So as of today, the work that we're going to do will end October. Depending on the direction moving forward, that relationship with the QP30 is something I'll want to be very careful of in terms of what is the implication depending on the direction forward.
Okay. I mean, yeah, and especially as I think we're undergoing negotiations with their contract right now. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it will be a sensitive topic.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. My time's up.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, a huge kudos to your team and the dedication over the last many months during this pilot and the tangible impact we've seen on the streets. I guess just want to follow up on a few questions that was already brought up here and during my Q&A with the speakers. I guess wondering anything to add to the Downtown Vibrancy Fund question I had earlier, that there's nothing there that covers kind of cleanliness?
Yeah, Councillor Tang, I can answer that. It's Tom Gervin, Director of Downtown Vibrancy. The focus of our budget, our $5 million ongoing budget with Downtown Vibrancy is really, to make high impact, long term, and support them projects and investments. We see this project as a transformative one for downtown. The results are clear. However, the focus of our work is to help the next level of things, whether it's events, other projects that, support placemaking, etc. The funding that was initially received from the government of Alberta was part of the $4 million the city received to support downtown revitalization. So not directly from the Downtown Vibrancy Fund per se, but was earmarked in that vein. So we felt like it was a good investment of those funds at that time. But moving forward, we see this being outside of the scope of the budget that's for that work.
Okay, great, thank you. And then just, if you can remind me, we also have a Chinatown dedicated cleaning team, right?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
We also have a Chinatown, like a dedicated Chinatown cleanup team.
That's part of the Center City area.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you for that clarification. I was also wondering, so it sounds like we had this discussion not too long ago about the horticulture. That was a separate report, a separate discussion. We've identified that is core as well. There is the union implication here, although I feel like historically the resistance tends to be privatization of work, but in this case, if it's social enterprise that has dual, co-benefits in terms of social and economic goals, would that necessarily change the conversation? I think that's something you'll have to find out. I suppose we have the OP12 that's still kind of outstanding. Would you say?
I would say that the discussions are the book is getting closed on OP12. I believe the direction's been passed. The spring SOBA will then shift that discussion into just ongoing budgeting discussions.
Which there is a piece in here too for ongoing
That's right.
funding. Okay. So I feel like there's a few different things. And then when I was reading the report, and I brought this question up before, are you finding this program, because that coordination and having multiple teams doing in one area, doesn't matter if they're trees or signage or shrubs or whatever, but everyone's kind of just doing, like achieving like outcomes oriented rather than having separate teams have to go back to the same area. Do you see that organization or reorg benefiting perhaps other parts of the city in general?
That's an interesting question. I would say for this particular work, there's been a benefit, but I'd be naive to say that it's perfect. So like any program, there's always room for improvement. How do we adjust it to make it even better? I think having a single leadership structure and people dedicated to a particular geography, covering a broad scope of tasks makes a ton of sense in certain areas. But I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all. I think it depends. So, for example, this Center City project does not include potholes. It would not make practical sense to assign a pothole truck with asphalt and like dedicating that level of resource. So I think we want to find that balance of what makes sense to consolidate versus decentralize. And in this instance, for this particular work, we're finding that line.
And are you finding you're being more efficient with, dollar resources in the way you've restructured some of the teams for this purpose compared to if you weren't doing kind of this optimized team approach?
For sure, that was really like the impetus of all of this was, rather than having a crew to say, picking up the garbage but not doing another task. So if we're able to do more things with the same crew, that's exactly the efficiency that we're trying to find.
I guess what I'm trying to get at, because my time is running out, is that if there's a way to kind of be more efficient with our dollar resource in how we restructure an optimized team, can we consider this for other parts that could potentially generate the resource needed to fulfill some of the gap, maybe not the whole thing? That's kind of where I was trying to get at, but I can come back for the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. No further questions. I'm just ready to put a motion on the floor, if that's okay. Thank you. So I'll move that administration, number one, that administration prepare an unfunded service package and capital profile for consideration during the fall 2024 supplemental operating and capital budget adjustments to fund the continuation and expansion of the city center optimization or the Center City optimization pilot as an ongoing program in the downtown and throughout all BIAs using a combination of nonprofits/social enterprises and city staff with enhancements as delivered during the 2023 pilot period as described in attachment 2 of the April 8th, 2024 City Operations Report. Number 2, that administration prepare an unfunded operating service package and capital profile for consideration during the fall 2024 supplemental operating and capital budget adjustments to acquire all of the necessary ongoing operating funding and one-time capital infrastructure to support this work across all BIAs. Number 3, that administration prepare an unfunded service package for consideration during the spring 2024 supplemental operating budget adjustment to fund the continuation of the Center City model to the 2023 service levels or service standards as described in attachment 2 of the April 8th, 2024 City Operations Report for the remainder of 2024.
Thank you. Would you like to make an introduction?
Sure, fairly quickly. Thanks to Councillor Stevenson, who did pretty much most of the work. I've pretty much just added in point 3 on this. And so all of these are right now unfunded, and I appreciate Council's going to have a lot of important conversations about what we're can and can't fund. What I would suggest here is why I think it's worth having all of these for consideration is that even in times where times are tight, being able to debate something that I think is true. Like, I mean, I don't think there's any debate that the work that's happening here is core services. So it's a matter of to what degree of the core service we want to do and how much of an overall impact do we want to have. But I think we need all that information. And so, you know, while I'm generally supportive of these three things in full, this motion would just allow us to have the conversation in the spring to continue the work that's happening in the core to the same standard, and in the fall potentially spread out across the entire city. So I'll just leave that there for introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any questions now to administration or to the mover of the motion? Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So just to check in, you know, Councillor Wright raised some interesting points about maybe less horticultural transformation is required. So when you see service levels in this motion as a potential for the SOBA, do you see the same funding amount, or do you see a different dollar amount because some of that work has already been done?
I'm not sure if that's a question to administration or the mover, but I can.
Probably to administration, because I don't think the mover has the budget handy.
So if I look at point 3, for instance, the service package for the spring of 2024, for the year of 2024, I would say the dollar figures won't change. And the reason for that is we have a list of parks, and we've got that in attachment too as well, in terms of here's the parks that we would tackle if we were to be provided all that money. And so I think as time goes on, and as there might be a shift in terms of how we can reallocate some of those resources, but for 2024, the numbers would be the same for that reason.
So there's still a number of improvements that probably should be made, is what I'm hearing.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, and there's tons of benefit that we can really run with that for sure.
Okay, perfect. Good. All right. So I guess the next question is, you know, we were talking about derelict properties, and what is our approach to enforce on that? Because frankly, sometimes walking downtown, I do scratch my head a little bit about apparent laxness on holding these property owners to account.
I think what we're trying to do with this report is really it's focused on public property, the private property aspect, and then the responsibility of the property owner adjacent to, say, a sidewalk, is really more of like a coaching and education. You know, like sweeping the snow in front of the sidewalk in front of your private property is the private property's responsibility, and so like the approach on education and coaching, discussion, and then finally through our community standards and neighborhoods team, like enforcement if it came to that.
Sure, but for some of these derelict properties, we don't see that sort of rapid action. You know, folks who are running a business are obviously going to want their storefront to be clean, or they want their, you know, lobby entryway to be presentable. But for people who don't have a stake, really, it's hard to see any consequences for them not doing anything.
Yeah, so through our BIAs, James Robinson has identified that he is a conduit that works with the BIAs and community services on the Problem Properties Initiative. And what he's identifying is that it's a rather large threshold before this initiative is invoked. So I do believe that in order to act on some of these properties that you're identifying, the threshold isn't being met.
Now, is that a council-directed threshold? Is that something that we can change?
It rests with community services right now, so that would probably be a question for them that we could possibly explore.
Yeah, well, I think it definitely bears exploring. I think Edmontonians are a little bit fed up with people not caring about their own city.
I'll just ask. We've got a few folks here representing the team. Keith, do you want to jump in?
Can you hear me? Okay,
yep.
Great. Yeah, can you repeat the question again, Councillor Paquette?
Well, we've got derelict properties, or we've got owners who do not take sometimes their obligations to the rest of the city seriously as far as cleanliness and maintenance of the property in a way that is aesthetically pleasing to Edmontonians and helps our investment. So how are we holding it to account? And do we need more tools or more aggressive postures in order to start turning the page on this?
Well, I'd say our problem property teams are addressing those. Certainly, if complaints are brought forward, part of their proactive work, if they come across properties that are in that derelict state, have nuisance conditions on it. Certainly within the winter, when we're talking about snow removal, there's zero tolerance from businesses and those types of properties.
Okay, can I pause?
We do action it. Yep.
Yeah, it's a great answer, but I guess the question is, are we going to see a visible and obvious difference, going into the next couple of seasons here?
Well, I would say that we can work closely with city ops and these types of initiatives. Will we see a visible presence in that location? I can certainly have conversations with the risk and the problem property teams to prioritize and identify some of these locations, if that would help support this type of initiative.
I'll also mention that a big part of the success of the Center City team is the proactive work, so the inspections. And so the Center City team, although they might not be the one doing the enforcement, which is what we're talking
I
about right
apologize
now.
for interrupting, but we're well over time. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm way out of time.
Yeah. Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I agree with my colleagues talk about to have this motion and to really move forward with some conversation. I do have the question regarding the part 1 and the part 2, and specifically what I say this is a expansion not only from scope and also from funding resources, and from the current we are only use operating and extended to the capital budget adjustment. So I would like to get some clarification on that capital adjustment budget, what that specifically refer to.
Yeah, and in this case, so right now we are using just operating, so any sort of equipment that we need, we would be doing leasing. And so the idea of having capital would be to purchase equipment, so long as that makes sense in terms of how do we save on the operating by purchasing and reducing on the leasing side of things.
So if we purchase, and I understand how they operated the program right now, and if you were going to purchase the equipment, that means this program will be considered to become the permanent enhanced services, is not just our city's standardized services and for the city center. So is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So I think if this were to be one-time funding, purchasing equipment is not something that we would move forward with. Capital would be leveraged if it made sense, if this was an ongoing program, in order to save on leasing costs. So if this was just a one-time 2024 program that the direction were to be moving forward, we would not invest in purchasing vehicles or anything like that.
And the types of vehicles that are going to be purchased are going to be able to be used across the city. So if service standards were to change in the Center City area, these are fleet trucks that are going to be able to be used at other districts or ongoing work. They're not going to be entirely specialized, that they're only able to be used for a specific purpose.
So for another question, and regarding if we created this program and then make from pilots and to the permanent, and is there any public engagement and to ask Edmontonians, because our city center is Edmontonian city center, to say, do we want make this program permanent, and what the Edmontonians look at this additional investment for the $3 million ongoing every year?
I don't think we would do engagement specific to should we have this as an ongoing program or not, but I will say there has been a lot of engagement and surveys done through the Edmonton Insight community. So we've and also our work with the Downtown BIA, community leagues, Explore Edmonton. We're also talking with the Edmonton the Chamber of Commerce. So we've had a number of ways to reach out to those impacted, both businesses and residents in this area. But I don't think it would be an engagement in terms of should we or should we not move forward with this work. We have seen that the benefit is live, and we're happy to respond to that.
So why I'm asking this question, and then because city center and is Edmontonians' city center, and we heard, at least I heard over and over about our Edmontonians question about the investment in downtown, not downtown city center specific area. I understand the importance of our city doing that, and because we want to attract more people, our Edmontonians come to downtown. Also, we want to attract more investments and attract more visitors and to the city center area. But for everything we have been invested already, and is Edmontonians happy and for the results we already have? So I would like to get their opinion on this permanent or ongoing. I know we may have the opportunity to have more discussion when this unfunded service package come back, but I want to get a sense and how that engagement could be reflected and to provide this strong support to say, yes, we do need that. And then that will also relate to the funding source, and we are going to tax levy or we're going to the different funding source. And I want to get the voice and from Edmontonians on this item.
We have we can certainly speak to that. I know we're out of time, but there's definitely like surveys, and we have a number of options we can speak to that I think might answer that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great. Maybe if you can pick up where I last left off. You know, I think with this motion, and we've had a few others, the horticulture one, there are kind of, we're just adding new thing or funding, more funding to do more of the same things, whether it's center city optimization or our current approach with horticulture. What I'm not hearing is how are we rethinking people budget time, which is something I hear a lot from your team. How are we thinking about taking this approach that is optimizing, that there are ways to kind of save on cost. And I'm not talking about layoff, I'm talking about how can we best leverage the resource we have to, you know, how are we amplifying on that, or for how are we rethinking it elsewhere, not just in Center City.
I can start by saying, like, on the, just to clear it up, the turf report, that is to look at service levels broadly across the city. This particular report and this pilot and the work that we've done here really is to enhance beyond that base level of service for that particular geography of Center City defined in city plan. But to answer your question around how are we relooking at it, this project is exactly a way of us relooking at it. So us building this pilot and building the Center City team was born out of how do we do things better, more efficient, more effective for Edmontonians. And so rather than having like a district-based service model, given the understanding of like and the importance and the economic impact and of Center City, that's what was created for this team. And so we absolutely feel that there's an opportunity to expand it across other BIAs in other areas. But I would just be careful in terms of like resourcing and what makes sense in terms of like other services like paving or potholes or something like that. So we've definitely looked at this to how do we do things better and smarter. Does that answer the question? I'm not sure.
I mean, yes. Like I'm not talking about paving. I'm not talking about potholes. You know, I've been on walkabouts with your teams. I've heard feedback around. Wow, it'd be great if we're doing the trimming, and if we can just have the tree guy here pick up this branch, it will make things so much easier. We don't have to redeploy people back to the same location. You know, and this isn't. So I guess I'm like this model, and I'm hearing that it's not a one size fits all. But I'm like, is it getting the teams, all of you thinking about that optimization across the board in order to find perhaps efficiencies or savings that can come back to amplifying this?
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is the difference between efficiencies and effectiveness, and I think that the Center City model is very effective because the teams are fully empowered to do what's necessary in the spaces that they're servicing. The way that we deploy services throughout the city is what we've determined to be the most efficient model. So specific teams, district-based, to go and do specific work in a rooted manner. That's the most efficient way to deploy services and meet our service standards. But what it does see is different services servicing different areas at different times in order to meet those service standards. Whereas what we've done with the Center City initiative is to put those teams together so that they show up to a park and all the services are integrated. And if they're not doing it themselves in location, they're tagging the appropriate teams who are coming closely thereafter in order to deliver a more effective and cohesive response to services. But I would say that from an efficiency standpoint, cost saving standpoint, having that type of a model isn't more cost efficient, it's more effective.
I want to get some clarification on the intent for the motion to the mover then. So the first piece is essentially we don't need to, if approved, we don't have to stretch the existing, like you're not just filling, November to December. You're essentially just saying, don't stretch the dollars, here's the full thing, do it as at the enhanced level that you have been.
Correct.
And for the second piece is now not just those 3 BIAs in the city center, but across all BIAs, which doesn't cover all business areas across the city, because there's only 13, a lot of places are not represented by BIAs, correct?
Correct, as of right.
Even though we have agreed that Center City does seek, there is some unique challenges.
Yes, my only asterisk is that I think a lot of the BIAs are facing similar challenges, maybe not to the exact same scope and scale, but speaking solely for Stony Plain Road, I would challenge folks to see if there's a difference right now between what's happening in the downtown and what's happening on a spot like Stony Plain Road. But
I'm out of time.
Yeah.
I could come back because I do have a third piece I wanted to ask.
Yeah, no one else is on board, go ahead.
For example, I'm along the New Valley line southeast. I'm hearing lots of complaints around garbage and cleanliness, not too dissimilar probably to the comments that you're about to make around Stony Plain. Those are not covered by BIAs. We're not necessarily seeing enhanced level. But that number 2 would not cover those other places.
At the moment, but
right.
I think that's a very valid conversation we should have about cleanliness citywide. So
right.
Yeah.
And then I guess back to my first clarification around that first part. This will be for fall, for ongoing, actually starting next year. The third one about the spring SOBA is actually don't stretch this year.
Yes, sorry,
okay.
that's
okay.
Yeah, that's correct. I misspoke earlier, but yeah, part 3 would continue to the same levels for the entirety of this year.
So the part 3 is the one time, whereas part 1 is ongoing.
I mean, it might be nitpicking at this point of the debate, but I actually think one might even want to argue funding part 3 on ongoing so that you don't have a single $3 million expense at fall, but instead you split out to 1.5, but that's more of a how we want to budget it versus how we want to do it,
I guess I'm not really understanding why then doesn't that make number 1 redundant?
Because even if we funded number 3 at the addition, so the 1.5 million ongoing,
right.
we would need another 1.5 million ongoing in fall.
So
to
that's
do the
that
rest.
piece for that number 1.
That's right.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice?
Just want to follow up on the ownership responsibility piece. So far, this project, how much we covered on the public city-owned spaces? And because to me, and if we look at the map in attachment 1, and can you tell me what is the portion of the public covered? Because to me, the most portion actually is private owned.
Yeah, this is covering public property.
How,
All of it, yeah. All of it, this would be covering public property. So these public dollars would not be dedicated towards cleaning private property.
but what's the portion in that? And even though it's all, but what's the portion for the property and in the map in attachment 1 are public? Because by looking at the streets, by looking at the blocks, look at the areas, and then my understanding is based on the map you provided here, most are private.
I think the map would be, here's the boundaries to which we're going to be working, but then this team would be focused on doing the work on public property.
Only.
That's correct, yeah. There are instances
So
where
even though they are in the BIA areas, but the BIA area, most BIA area, and the most as a private-owned property, and also this
With
space.
public frontage, like we're talking about
Yeah.
roads, sidewalks, park spaces, green space, public property that we're maintaining.
And if give the example for Chinatown, and I know we don't have any representative from Chinatown here, and then I heard this project is covered in Chinatown, but in Chinatown, there is some gap there, and from the services. So even from basic services, right now we're talking about enhanced services, but even for the basic services, we have the gap there. So I'm wondering, so I support we want to do better, but I still have some questions regarding the gap and in the services and between the enhanced and even during the basic services standards. Because right now the motion talk about the 2023 services standards, but I believe the service standards is the same across all the year. But right now we are doing enhanced services, is not standard services.
Yeah, that's right. We're like right now we are providing an enhanced service level in comparison to what the tax levy base budget is. So the boundaries to which this team works and proactively inspects would capture all of the public property within the bounds of that attachment of Center City. And again, that we really focused on aligning the boundaries of Center City with the definition of Center City in the city plan. And so there's a lot of strategic reason to focus on that. But this team would really be doing proactive inspections and trying to fix, clean, green, maintain items that exist on public property within the bounds of that map that we've described.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack?
Sorry, one last question on you said all the public areas, so that includes obviously surface level, all of the bus stops and LRT state, like you're doing, but does that include the
transit property, is that where we're going?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. This would be like outside. So once you're going into the tunnel, now we're talking about there's dedicated resources from ETS looking at those, like say tunnels, and within the like within the downtown stations and things like that. They do have dedicated resources for that. So we can, and so the proactive part, the inspections, would be able to flag that.
Okay.
But if the responsibility is within ETS's, then that, so there is still a benefit of Center City.
Yeah, so they'll proactively inspect even if they're not the ones specifically responding to the spots.
That's right, and same would apply for private property, if that helps answer the question. So the team would be able to notice things on private property, although it might be the private property's responsibility to fix or maintain. We will help navigate to, here's the issue. But
Perfect, yeah, I just wanted to double check that question had been raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have a motion on, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Yes, sorry. Chewing gum while I was driving. Just to follow up on that, because we are running out of transit money too, are you doing the same smoothing out? Because we had additional funding for enhanced transit cleaning. And I know that that's running out as well. That was also a provincial grant. I think it's ending at the end of April. When are we getting a report back on that one then?
I believe that report, just speaking with Carrie about this over the last couple of weeks, the discussions with the GOA are ongoing, so I don't think there's a final decision yet on whether that will be funded or not.
Okay.
And I believe the report, I'm still getting up to speed on the transit file. We don't have transit reps here on this particular delegation.
Yeah.
So I might have to get back to you, but I feel like that one is going to be talked about tomorrow at Urban Planning Committee. But I can double check.
Yeah, I mean, I've read the reports from Urban Planning Committee. I didn't see that anywhere. Maybe no, I don't. I'm like, am I on Urban Planning? I read it. I don't remember.
May 23rd.
Okay, but May 23rd is after we make our spring supplemental budget adjustment decisions, right? Because we do spring supplemental budget adjustment at the end of April here.
Can I just verify with the team here? I'm getting up to
Sure. The reason I'm asking is because we've talked about how important this is, but I think we've also talked about how much investment we've put into transit. So the reason it's an impertinent question is, should there be a part 4? If we're not, because I just don't want to lose that in the context of everything we need to grapple with at those budget debates. So that's where I'm coming from, Mr. McEwen.
Completely makes sense. I'm just checking with the ETS team here to double check that.
Okay.
But I know we had the very same conversation in terms of what will be funded at the GOA level, and then having reports strategically timed ahead of spring SOBA in order to provide council that opportunity.
Because I'm pretty sure I understood from the provincial budget that was released that it did not include the enhanced transit cleaning.
That's right, it was not. But I know the conversations do continue, so I might be delving into the nuance a little bit outside of my depth here, but I'll double check that.
I mean, at the end of the day, I know there is transit-related reports coming forward, so I guess the question will be, will there be latitude tomorrow when we get the answer, right? So I think I don't want to hold this one up, but definitely would be looking for those answers for Urban Planning Committee tomorrow then.
Just on a chat with Carrie right now, so I should be able to get an answer here in the next minute or two.
I think it's okay. I can just leave it at that for now, Mr. McEwen. Just if we have those answers, and Carrie, I'm sure, will be on the call tomorrow for Urban Planning Committee.
You bet. We can plan for answering that more wholesomely tomorrow. Then.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that conversation. We have a motion on the floor. Is there anyone to speak to the motion? Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So obviously I support this motion. We see that with increased enforcement in the downtown and downtown transit stations, I can tell you up in my area of Belvedere, we've seen an increase of incidents, and we've also got mustard seed there, which helps, but also sometimes folks on their way there from the downtown maybe discard items and things like that. So the BIA there definitely has challenges as well. So this is a welcome part of the motion. On point 3, I think that it's important maybe as a council or as a committee to make clear that cleanliness is an incredibly important part of any effort from a city. Edmonton has in the past had a reputation of dirt city or brown town, and it was often said with affection or joking, but no one's in a joking mood about this issue, about cleanliness. I think our teams at the city have done a great job, and we want to empower them to continue doing that amazing job. I think that the folks in the DBA, the DRC, Downtown BIA, they've all put their efforts in and made their case, and it's a good one. If we have a filthy downtown center that's unkempt, that does not inspire confidence, attract investment, or remain in keeping with the expectations of Edmontonians. And I'm one of them. And I do expect a clean city. And if we don't have the budget for it, there's something wrong with that. It's one of the very basic and fundamental things you can put forward in a first impression. The next thing I want to touch on is just that Councillor Stevenson has done an incredible job of advocating for the downtown over these few years. A really good job. It's something that she's always talking about and always raising. and fighting for. And I think she deserves a little bit of support in that from council. And by little, I mean full-throated support. I know that as a ward councillor, sometimes you feel like you're alone, but I think this is an area that we can all get behind. I also want to thank Councillor Knack for putting forward this motion. And I believe I heard that it was very much in coordination with ward councillor. So the other thing that I wanted to touch on really quickly is just, nothing's really quick, is it? But I want to touch on the fact that we have derelict properties or property owners who do not take their responsibilities seriously. And that is a little bit of a separate conversation from this, but it has to be talked about in partnership with this conversation. If we are not holding these folks to account, we are not doing our job as a city. There is no circumstance where we should be lax in any way. I know that the city's preferred approach is warnings and education and things like that, but I think we've gone beyond that now with these different properties and the owners. It's time to aggressively enforce and give people the bill. Edmontonians should not be on the hook for other people's actions for which they are responsible. And last, this is the capital city of Alberta. We know that it has unique challenges. And so I encourage administration to continue that intergovernmental conversation so that not just the city council, but the Alberta government recognizes the importance of a capital city and a clean capital city. And with that, I just want to thank everyone for all their hard work. And I hope that this motion gets support and final ratification at the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you so much. Thank you for those very kind words, and thank you to my colleagues for their support, not only on this motion, but for the downtown. I think what you really see is that recognition that downtown is everyone's downtown and impacts all Edmontonians. So I'm very grateful to my colleagues and never feel alone on that, and that really truly means a lot. You know, I think what has been really underscored in this conversation is how excellent this program has been, and that's a huge credit to our city staff. They've been delivering huge value, and it's been noticed and appreciated by Edmontonians. I'm very excited for this motion and for each part of this motion. So for the first part, I think it's incredibly exciting to look at building on the strengths of this program, the value of the enhanced service levels, and looking at how we can expand that in a cost-effective way across all BIAs. Again, I appreciate the love for the core that's been shown, but you know, as mentioned, these are issues that aren't isolated to center cities. So very, very pleased to see an opportunity for this great service to expand, and doing it in a creative way. I think looking to our nonprofit sector is a really exciting opportunity to strengthen our city in a myriad ways. So appreciate city staff looking into that, recognizing there's a lot of considerations and conversation to come. I think it's very worth exploring. You know, the second part of the motion, obviously supporting the first and ensuring that we have the equipment we need to deliver on these services. And the last one, I think, you know, such a great opportunity to maintain the momentum that we've gained, to not lose ground on the excellent work that's been happening. Really, really pleased to see this come forward, and again, hope that it gains ultimate support at the Spring SOBA. So thank you again to my colleagues, Councillor Knack in particular, for bringing this forward, and to city staff again for the great work, and to our partners, of course, as always, for the advocacy and great ideas and creativity that you bring to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack to close.
Not much more to add. Again, thanks, Councillor Stevenson, because again, you wrote most of that motion, at least in points 1 and 2, and we just added in the additional work around all BIAs, thanks to the excellent suggestion from Ms. McBride there around ways to advance that. So thank you for you being here and for that idea. And yeah, I mean, probably will save most of it, the discussion on point 3 for 2 weeks from now, but I just would stress, I mean, again, it's core service. I think we should be funding it. You know, I'll look to our partners to making sure we're advocating together to all of our partners so that they understand, you know, yes, even 1.5 million's 0.08% tax increase at a time where not everyone loves every dollar. So I will look to all of you for your ongoing advocacy and making sure that they that all of our partners see value in that small increase to making sure we're doing this work on a permanent and ongoing basis, which would be the way I would be looking at this. So so I'll save that further discussion till then, but I think we need to do that on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Next, we are on to item 7.2. Does administration have, I see we're changing delegation, and are there
I would just say
opening
I don't need a
remarks?
presentation because I think we've debated this 3 different times, and this is
Right.
just a added engagement. So unless my other committee colleagues need it, I don't need it. We had speakers, and I'm ready to put forward a motion as soon as our speakers are done speaking.
Okay.
Yep. So we just
Yeah,
ask
that
this
sounds great. Yes, this was so that we could get further stakeholder feedback. Okay, so now we will hear from our speakers. Ms. Laura Cunningham-Spelly, are you there?
I'm here. Yep.
Hi there. All right.
Hello.
You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Community and Public Services Committee. My name is Laura Cunningham-Splay. I'm the Executive Director for the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. Community leagues have been involved in snow removal for neighbors in formal and in informal ways for many years. The proposals that have been brought by administration today are supported by the EFCL, as we feel that it supports the placement of information and access to snow removal services, as well as the liability components with the City of Edmonton. This takes the pressure off of leagues to provide a service that isn't within their scope. To give a bit of context around community league insurance, leagues are insured through insurance that provides coverage for volunteer boards, for facilities and amenities, and more. This includes coverage for activities and programs that occur on tripartite land, in the hall, in the rink, in the parking lot. And every year, leagues need to identify the type of events and programs that they plan to have. If they choose to do anything new or different or off of their licensed site, they need to contact their broker, in this case, for the most part, NFP, who identifies if this activity is covered or requires additional coverage. Under the tripartite agreement, leagues are required currently to remove all the snow on their walkways, their sidewalks, their parking lots, etc., that is on licensed land. But leagues would not be covered by insurance should they want to run a program where they actively coordinate snow shoveling for residents across the neighborhood, and that they pay people to do this work, either through an honorarium or through actual pay. This program would not be covered under the insurance program due to the high level of risk of slip and falls with snow removal. The Community League Insurance Program is not in a position where it can take any more major losses due to the past couple of years of having some very high losses on league facilities due to vandalism and infrastructure damages. So we are supporting leagues to have the tools and information needed to make the best decisions possible with regards to engaging programs, activities, repairs, maintenance on existing amenities, etc. But leagues do still have an important role in snow removal. And I appreciate that administration has identified in the proposals some funding to support creative ways that can support neighborhood level action in this area. So the options of having funds set aside for leagues could take a variety of forms, such as events to promote awareness in the community of residents, needing to lend a hand to their neighbors with shoveling. Perhaps funds for maybe late fall or winter block parties to help neighbors connect and recognize any needs that exist on the block. Leagues could have snow removal equipment available at the league for residents to use that winter. Leagues could work in partnership with agencies that support newcomers or agencies that support people who might not qualify for the provincial funding, maybe due to income levels or different gaps in services. The City of Edmonton could have tabling opportunities advertising this program at Community League Day events every September as they get ready for the winter months. Leagues could support the resharing of city information, ensuring it gets out to residents, placed in newsletters, community papers, online, etc. And the League could host a thank you event at the end of the season where residents put forward the names of neighbors who helped them out with snow removal that season. So in meeting and talking with some of the other speakers here today from the Seniors Coordinating Council and the Accessibility Advisory Committee, the EFCL sees the value in the City of Edmonton moving towards a fair entry program, which is similar to the City of Calgary's, that supports the ease of access to services for many of the programs and services that are available. And we see that this is that first step towards this. So we hope that there will be further discussions about how something like this could move forward to promote greater access for Edmontonians for all of the great services that are provided. So in looking again at the options that were presented by administration for snow removal, we appreciate these options and we support them to be funded as it places the responsibility and the accountability with the City of Edmonton in coordinating access to snow removal. This is important so that leagues can focus on supporting building connected neighborhoods, but that they don't get caught up in being held accountable for snow removal practices on private property and get caught up in the timeliness of this snow removal, which can be a lot of extra work for them. So the EFCL is committed to continuing to work with city administration, its community leagues across the city, and any other stakeholder organization to support accessible sidewalks and communities through all the seasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Sheila Hallett. Sheila, are you there?
I am. Thank you.
Hi there.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of the Assisted Snow Clearing Program. I'm Sheila Hallett. I'm the Executive Director of the Edmonton Seniors Coordinating Council. I was sad to see administration is not recommending the program for pilot funding, as I remain committed to the idea that this would be a step in the right direction to help low-income people access snow removal services on their property when they're unable to clear the snow themselves. I'm hopeful that the committee will give it some more thought and be willing to explore ways to find funds for a pilot. As Laura mentioned, Tanya and Laura and myself met last week, and we all agree it would be very unfortunate if the program proposal was passed over entirely. Each of our organizations see aspects within the proposed program that would address concerns from our constituents in different ways and to different extents, and we do not want to see the door closed. I believe this should be an essential service the city offers along with other snow clearing services. That's because right now the City of Edmonton requires private citizens to clear snow on their property, including city-owned sidewalks. This policy assumes one is physically able to clear the snow on behalf of the city or have the funds or supports to have it done for them, else face a bylaw ticket. For low-income people with limited mobility, this is in essence a hidden levy for a city-required service on what is, in part, city-owned property. In Calgary, there is a program, Laura mentioned the Fair Entry program. We know that the province provides seniors, low-income seniors, with a special needs assistance grant. It's part of the Alberta Seniors Benefit. They can access up to $1,356 per year to cover snow removal, yard help, or light housekeeping. And in Calgary, twice as many seniors access that special needs assistance program, likely due to the City of Calgary's involvement in a similar program to the Assisted Snow Clearing Program proposed here. Following the Calgary model, a low-income senior can register for the program and a vetted service clears their snow. City staff handle the billing, the provincial screening, the vendor vetting, and bulk purchasing, all to deliver an efficient, essential service that mobilizes provincial dollars. By developing a more accessible program for Edmonton seniors, we estimate there could be an increase in the uptake of the Special Needs Assistance Grant by over $700,000 of provincial money, effectively doubling the benefits to low-income seniors in our city compared to the current usage of the Special Needs Program. We're willing to work with administration on this program in any way that could help make it to a pilot. I would encourage the Committee of Community and Public Services to recommend the program, and we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
And thank you. Next, we'll go to Tanya Lariviere. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tanya Lariviere. I chair the Accessibility Advisory Committee, which I'll refer to as AAC. As an advisory board to Edmonton City Council, the AAC strives to understand the community's accessibility needs and prioritize them in the context of City Council's strategic objectives and policies. Snow and ice has been a priority for the AAC for years. This committee has spoken about the disproportionate impact snow and icy conditions have on individuals with disabilities. We know that each member of this council is aware of the concerns and sympathetic to the need for improved snow and ice control. We recognize council's motions and administration's work to improve accessibility within the city. That said, we have not seen strategies or policies passed to improve snow and ice control service standards and support services that assist the disability community. The council report states that an assisted snow clearing service is considered non-core, as other levels of government already provide services and support. And therefore, administration does not recommend the addition of a city snow clearing program and funding. We are here today to correct that statement and clarify where the supports exist and where they don't. The Government of Alberta's Special Needs Assistance for Seniors provides financial assistance to seniors experiencing low income to assist seniors with caretaking tasks only. Having a disability is not a qualifier for that support. Currently, there are no municipal, provincial, or federal programs or funding that address assisted snow removal, right of access needs, and safety for the disability community. Not only is there a service gap, there is a municipal education and awareness gap, a provincial funding gap, and a federal living wage gap for those on AISH. As budget is at the core of this passing, we would like to note the impacts of inflation and the rise in cost of living and its impact on the disability community. In short, it's detrimental and quickly pushing individuals further into poverty. We realize that snow and ice maintenance is a heavy municipal expense and responsibility. It would be encouraging to see municipalities join together to advocate for funding and supports from the Alberta government that will benefit the disability community. We appreciate Council's motions to move this forward and administration's work on this report. We feel some adjustments could be made that may minimize costs and be more direct and focused. As a reminder, an assisted snow removal service was only one of many concerns of the AAC, including snow clearing of accessible parking stalls, bus stops, curb cuts, sidewalk maintenance of city-owned commercial residential sidewalks, increased enforcement, ensuring that those with a disability who are not able to shovel their walks have access to assistance and not be penalized, greater awareness and education of responsibilities, and the clearing of windrows. Despite the outcome of this program proposal, AAC will continue to prioritize snow and ice control measures and speak to Council on the impact to our community until there are solutions to address these concerns. We are willing to continue to work with administration, work with community organizations and leagues through our Community Engagement Subcommittee to promote awareness and creative solutions to help the community in need. Thank you.
And thank you. So we've heard from our speakers. Any questions to the speakers? I don't see any committee colleagues signed up. Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hallett, I'm just wondering, so the provincial funding that's that's provided for the low-income seniors, that's to help seniors age in place, I'm assuming?
It's part of financial insecurity measures. So the Alberta Seniors Benefit does cover a lot of different items, including the light housekeeping, snow, and yard help.
Okay, so, yeah, but apparently that's not adequate or not administered by the province so that people are aware of it and using it?
It's being used. It's just being used twice as much in Calgary. And considering both Edmonton and Calgary have very similar outreach programs, we think the difference is probably because the city of Calgary does such a good job in promoting the program and helping people access it because of that fair entry program.
And I guess you represent what, about a dozen seniors organizations, is that right?
We have over 40 member organizations.
Yeah. And what sort of advocacy have you done with the province as far as, you know, increasing the funding that's available or communicating that the funding is available?
Well, I believe city administration has tried to make the citizens of Edmonton aware of the provincial program.
But no, I'm wondering what your organization has done as far as advocacy efforts.
Well, we've been working with all of the organizations to help them connect into the Seniors Coordinated Outreach Program, which helps people complete those applications. But as I say, a similar program in Calgary results in twice as many people accessing.
But I'm just wondering, the Seniors Coordinating Council, have they approached the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services?
We have spoken to the Assistant Deputy Minister about this program. We believe if Edmonton got on board to this pilot, that would allow both cities to have more of a advocacy strengthhold in trying to advocate for more resources for cities to be able to do this work.
But are they receptive at all to increasing it or administering it themselves? You know, I'm just concerned that the city's looking to pay for 3 full-time workers to administer a provincial program.
It's not administering the provincial program. It's helping, as you heard, for a lot of people with disabilities. So that only portion of this program in the pilot is for seniors, and there is no other funding source for people with disabilities to have snow removal assistance.
And those people that are on AISH, I think, also fall under that ministry as well, correct?
Yes, but they don't have access to the special needs assistance grant.
Right. So there's a gap there as well that the province is failing to fulfill. I guess I do have some questions for administration as far as the calculations on the funds that are needed if we're going to expand it to those with mobility or accessibility concerns. But I'm just wondering, have either of you maybe connected with schools? I know, you know, a lot of the students do need to receive service hours, and I'm just wondering if schools are a source of volunteers.
The issue with volunteers, Councillor Wright, is that when someone comes and does your sidewalk, it's amazing, but it can't be relied upon. So for snow and ice removal, it's such a critical need and it can result in isolation. So I imagine schools would have the same insurance concerns as the Edmonton Community League mentioned.
Okay. And actually going to Ms. Cunningham Chaplay, you had mentioned, oops, sorry, where are my notes? About having like late fall and winter block parties. Does EFCL need any additional funding to conduct that, or this would just be existing city funded block parties? Is that right?
Well, I think administration had put about $80,000 aside for community leagues. So we would work to figure out how that money could be used. It would be more about us giving leagues ideas of things that they could do. And then we'd have to work out some of those details of how the funding got into the hands of leagues. But I think just trying to get people thinking about how to raise awareness at that time of year. I think sometimes that's when everyone goes inside and doesn't come out, right? So, yeah.
Thank you very much. But there's so much to do outside in our city in the winter.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thank you. So my question is specifically to EFCL, and thank you everyone for your speak. The first question about what. So I would like to have more clarification on the scope of the work EFCL will be involved if you get this $80,000.
Yeah, we haven't determined all of that yet, Councillor Rice. I think we can be the one to help support leagues to do some of the things we talked about, right? Whether there be to host, maybe we hold a bit of grant money ourselves. So maybe it's a $50,000, $60,000, $80,000 of grant money that leagues can do certain specific things around snow removal, or that it's just that we support the city to provide that grant funding to leagues directly, which is fine as well. But we just want to make sure there's really clear parameters around what the leagues can do in this area. As I mentioned, it's different. Yeah.
So why am I asking this question? Because from what I heard from community leagues, and at least in my area, and there are lots of challenge in terms of new program, to creating new program and to have the volunteers, and because all the community leagues run by volunteer. That's why I'm asking this question.
Absolutely. No, and I think it's not something we would mandate. I think, we would work with the city to identify, are there parts of the city that have a high number of 311 calls around shoveling? We could work with Sheila and her folks with the Seniors Coordinating Council. Maybe some agencies know of certain areas of the city that have higher rates, and we could look at how we could target those leagues and support those leagues differently than others.
So originally I put it in motion and related to this one, and I know I have my different colleagues put the different motion and to support our seniors and for this snow removal program. I do see the need to support the limited ability populations to access to these services, and of course including our seniors and also disability groups. But from what I heard during discussion with constituents during visit neighborhoods, I did not say that, as you mentioned earlier, you still need the time to figure out what's EFCL, community league's role in here. But I did not say any request or even any comment say we need some help from EFCL or from community leagues. So I just want to share that comment there. And specific gave the factor, and we heard over and over, the community leagues face a challenge for the capacity and resources from volunteers. That is why I asked that question. So I want to bring that to your awareness and for your information. And also in terms of cost, and then if you're going to figure out how to use this money, and do you have any thoughts in mind what the cost could cover for what? Like 80,000?
Yeah, I think there's a few different things. As I mentioned, the thank you events and the thank you opportunities I noticed in the report, they talked a lot about there was, a lot of groups had downloaded the Snow Angel certificate. So there is an interest in, recognizing when neighbors just go and help their neighbors out. And as Sheila mentioned, we always want to encourage Edmontonians to help out their neighbors, but it's just not something that we can rely on 100%. But, if leagues wanted to host a couple of thank you events for some great neighbors, people can nominate them. We talked a little bit with administration about having equipment available. So, having leagues be maybe a bit of a hub in October, November. So if you don't have a new snow shovel or you need some, different equipment to remove snow, maybe the league can purchase that through some grant money to purchase the equipment that people can take for the winter. And maybe they're, fun colors to sort of really show that this is part of this pilot project, right? To kind of encourage people to get out there. So I think we've talked about a few ideas, Councillor Rice, but we haven't landed on anything 100%. And as you mentioned, leagues struggle with a lot of other things, and that's why I want to take some of that load off of them and make it more about connecting neighbors.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Next, I'll go to, looks like the questions are done of speakers. I'll go to Councillor Knack now.
Thanks. I will move that Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council that administration prepare a funded service package for consideration during the spring 2024 supplemental operating budget adjustment to fund option 1 of the assisted snow removal program as described in the April 8th, 2024 Community Services Report using funds from the Community Safety and Wellbeing Funding.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have a motion on the floor. Would you like to introduce it?
Yeah, so this has to be a recommendation to council, obviously, so all of council will get to vote on it. I'm specifically using funded versus unfunded. I know that is rare for us, but we have debated this numerous times. I think I would, again, not unlike the same topic just a moment ago, this is, in my mind, a core service. I think we pushed this back so we didn't have this winter. I don't want them to have to wait. If we can get this going, if we approve this right away, then that can be ready for next winter. So I realize it's a bit of an exception to the rule of doing funded versus unfunded, but I think there's justification for doing funded. So that's it.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
No questions, just to briefly speak.
Any questions? Councillor Paquette, please. Looks like no questions to administration.
All right. Well, I fully support this. Obviously, it's something Councillor Knack has been working on for a long time, and something that I know is also really important to Councillor Rutherford and all of council. Frankly, I having trouble seeing how this would not get support. It's got my full support, and the brief word I would have on this is that the whole goal of OP12 was to find dollars to put into core services. Snow and ice control is a core service. We also know that folks with limited mobility really face unique challenges. And if this is one thing that we can do to help alleviate some of those challenges, I think we must. Taxes go up every year. We don't want them to, but that is the nature of how municipal taxation works. If there is growth, if there is inflation, then taxes will go up unless we engage in massive cost-cutting exercises, which we have done for the past several years now. And Edmontonians have only seen their taxes go up and their services decline. This is not a good recipe. So understanding that we will continue to find places to cut, places for efficiencies, we also need to recognize that there are places where we really need to be putting resources, and this is one of them. When people walk out their front door, they want to see their tax dollars at work, and it's really that simple. And this is a compassionate and kind city, and this is the kind of expenditure that will be roundly supported by Edmontonians. Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Knack. And to our speakers. Honestly, our speakers have been incredible. So thank you to them, and thank you to administration for all the hard work. I'm giving an Oscar speech, Kate.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you,
going to
ma'am.
move to extend orders by till 12:06. That doesn't give us all 5 minutes, but
Thank you,
12:06.
Councillor Knack. Please vote.
This is just to extend orders.
To extend orders.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Next, we'll go to Councillor Rice. Please go ahead.
So this program and this report we actually had many discussion. That's his why at the beginning, and Councillor Lack said we don't need a presentation because this is third time and we discuss this. I want to say I appreciate city administration actually considered the first time the idea at the committee level. We brought say Calgary and is leveraging provincial government and funding and then for their home maintenance program and to support the limited mobility population, including seniors and also other people with limited mobility. Specifically for me, and the first time when I brought a motion to committee and to discuss this, support seniors, and that is in my heart. This is not only one motion or one time I brought for council to consider and how we can focus on under the scope of the core services as a snow removal and also summertime and for other type of the work we could help the limited mobility populations, Edmontonians, to access the services we could provide it. So I also asked the question to administration, and because this option one right now specific focus on low income. However, we have some Edmontonians in occasionally they may need help and access to the services, and they may not fall under low income scope, but with, for example, I, as a councillor, and received several requests, and some Edmontonians, and they did after the operation, medical operations, surgeries, they could not do the snow removal, but they do need help. They want to make sure their sidewalk clean. They have certain assistance are needed. So my hope is this program, and then yes, in the core portion we provide support, and to all the people our speaker did a wonderful job and mentioned, and also to provide the services and to the people actually need it, and in the needs, but not is maybe they're ongoing, they're in short time of portion, and then they're after surgery and after certain unexpected occasions happen. So I would like to really mention that in the speech because we're finished today, and I didn't ask this question, but I do want to mention that. And also, like my colleague Councillor Paquette said very clear, yes, and then who will not support this? And seniors, and they contribute their life, work hard for their life, and right now they need some help. And also for other population, vulnerable populations who need this type of services, we need help. So I'm looking forward to see how this come back, and also I'm looking forward to EFCL and identify and determine how we can really achieve that goal to bring our neighbors together and to create that our neighbors help neighbors and continue to support our neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to be within 3 minutes, but I can't guarantee it. I think, this is something that I've been really passionate about since the beginning. Like, I think Councillor Paquette acknowledged this council, and what I said on the radio this morning is this council, it really cares about equity, really cares about making sure all Edmontonians can survive, not just survive, but thrive in our city. And I pulled this quote from the Alberta Municipalities website, so Councillor Knack, I think you'll appreciate it. It talks about a welcoming and inclusive community will recognize that differing abilities of community members and take action to ensure that all residents are able to actively participate in social, cultural, and economic life within a municipality. So I take the point of one of our speakers today that I can see how we got to the space of saying that this wasn't a core service, but I think that what we're forgetting is that, especially with the people with disabilities, that accessibility is a core service of the city. We have several, the corporate accessibility plan, we have policy C602, accessibility for people with disabilities. We have an accessibility advisory committee. We are already doing work in the accessibility space and need to continue to do that. And we heard from the ETS advisory board how much of a barrier private property snow and ice clearing or lack thereof hampers access to transit, a public service that we are required to be able to allow people to move around in. I pushed for this to be funded right away because I wanted to give that certainty. I was worried, again, I know I withdrew this motion when it was debated at the fall budget, so that we could have a more comprehensive conversation about what this looks like for both people with disabilities, but with regards to our seniors and the Seniors Coordinating Council. We've done that. We have a good vision for what that can be like, but I know it would have been funded at that time, and I don't want to keep waiting and pushing this decision off. So thank you, Councillor Knack, for being bold and putting it on as funded. And with regards to the community safety and well-being funding, I knew right now we're not trying to touch tax levy, and so I really felt like the Pillar 7 well-being was a really important pillar to consider, and one that, yes, a lot of things can be, but I think we don't have a lot of intentional actions for specific demographics like people with disabilities that actually address well-being. And so that is the argument I would make to any of my colleagues if they're listening, if they pull this for debate at council, why specifically this funding source. It's about encouraging healthy living for all ages and abilities. That's what we say in our pillar. We talk about removing barriers to participation, especially for marginalized communities, and recognizing and addressing unique circumstances. If this program doesn't do this, then I don't know what would ever qualify for that. So I hope that I have support, I hope that this motion has support from committee, and I hope as well that it has support from council when it comes to council. But thank you so much for putting it on the floor and for all of the members of the public that spoke today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack?
Yeah, just very quick. I also understand that maybe, and this might, because it's out of order, Min might have had some comments, but this is coming to council, so there will be an opportunity if Min has comments about the funded versus unfunded. So I'll just suggest that that's an opportunity to raise that point there. Very quickly, thank you to Councillor Rutherford, thank you to Councillor Rice and others who have done work on this, and this as a funded service package would be 0.004% tax increase. So that's why I'm comfortable with it being funded, but I'll appreciate that we might hear some other advice when it comes to council. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. So we will go on recess now, and I'll be passing the chair over.
from the chamber.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm chairing the rest of the meeting for today, and until our chairperson come back, she will join us shortly. So I will start the roll call and from council committee members. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
So we have Councillor Cadmel join us and to achieve the call.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I am here. Then I look at, Councillor Stevenson just walked in.
Good afternoon.
And I'm looking at it online, and we have Councillor Wright.
Whoops, yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Okay, we have Councillor Rutherford. Just walking. How come I feel first? Okay. And then, do I miss anybody? And from council members, that is everyone I can see from my end. Okay, thank you, City Clerk. There, meeting clerk. We only have one item left from the morning. That is 8.1, examined by Councillor Knack. I know this item specifically is a response to Councillor Cadmel's inquiries. So, Councillor Cadmel, would you like to have, I don't know if we have the presentation from city administration or remarks or anything.
We have speaking notes if people would like to hear us introduce the item.
Okay, sure.
Can I do that from here, or would you like me to go front? Here's good? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Flaman. I'm the Deputy City Manager for Community Services. At the May 2nd, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting, administration was asked to provide a report with an overview of all houseless persons serving social agencies present in the Boyle Street, Macaulay, and Central McDougall neighborhoods, the services each agency provides, the number of clients served, and the level of financial support those organizations receive from the City of Edmonton. We are here today to share those results with you, and no decision is required at this time. Homeless serving organizations provide a wide variety of programs that range from fulfilling basic needs of shelter, food, and hygiene to more specific needs such as offering family, legal, and cultural support services. Our scan showed 17 homeless serving organizations providing a total of 135 different services in the neighborhoods. These services often include outreach in other neighborhoods and often are not limited to only people experiencing homelessness. The City of Edmonton has provided funding to 10 of the 17 homeless serving organizations in the area through both a variety of grant programs and at the direction of Council. Many of these homeless serving organizations also receive financial support from both the provincial and federal governments, along with private sponsorships and donations. In Attachment 1, you'll see that where possible, administration has identified if an organization has received funding from sources other than the City of Edmonton. The City of Edmonton has distributed $10.6 million of one-time funding in 2022, $10.2 million of one-time funding in 2023, and $3.3 million annually from 2023 to 2025 to homeless serving organizations in these three neighborhoods. That funding and subsequent funding is tied to the delivery of a specific program or service that aligns with our city goals. You can see the complete list of organizations, services, funding, and number of clients served in Attachment 1 of the report. A note on the data, the number of unique individuals served through each city-funded program is identified. However, the total number of unique clients served by each organization is not publicly available. Thank you, and we're pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the city administration's presentation. My colleagues, if any questions, please stand up. Oh, we do have one public speak. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I missed that. Sophia O'Hara, in person. So sorry, I always miss you. You can come down and you can use the mic and the city clerk and guide you. So this morning and Chair Principe present the procedure for the public speak. You have 5 minutes. I'm not repeat that anymore. I think if any questions, and we can direct questions to the meeting clerk. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I developed this critique because I was disappointed in the scope of the city's report. It doesn't reflect my experience living in Macaulay for over 30 years. Most importantly, the report significantly underestimates the number of agencies and ignores the accumulated effects of the concentration of agencies in the inner city. Social service agencies that exclusively or mainly provide services to homeless people are justifiably labeled high impact in their effects on the community in which they are located. This is directly linked to how they operate. As well, this high impact label is linked to the behaviors of some people accessing services, including public defecation, starting fires, open hard drug use on the streets, etc. These agencies import need from other neighborhoods, meaning they draw people living outside the inner city core to inner city services to receive services. Inner city neighborhood. These negative effects increase when agencies are concentrated in a community. Examples of high-impact agencies in Macaulay are the Bissell Center, Hope Mission, Radius Community Health and Healing, and Bowl Street Community Services. While these high-impact agencies focus on helping people who are homeless, they also support people who are housed, but whose housing is insecure. But the problem isn't only with high-impact agencies. The problem is made worse by the accumulative impact of the concentration of agencies in vulnerable inner-city communities. As the report notes, services provided by high-impact social agencies are also typically offered to people not currently experiencing homelessness. These agencies provide services along a continuum from people who are low-income marginalized to people who are homeless. Conversely, agencies with a mission to support people who are low-income marginalized but who are housed also provide services to people who are homeless. Given this, it is misguided to put agencies focused on helping the homeless in a separate silo from agencies helping low-income marginalized but housed people. There is simply too much overlap and shifting in the needs of these two populations. For example, many women at E4C's Our Place were previously homeless, and E4C provides services to support them in maintaining their housing. Is Our Place a homelessness agency or a low-income marginalized serving agency? From a neighborhood perspective, it is both, and therefore E4C's Our Place needs to be included in the list of social agencies for homeless persons contained in this report. The report concludes that services provided by the organizations included in this report are often not limited to only those experiencing homelessness, but it doesn't acknowledge the opposite. Agencies that focus on housed people who are vulnerable and or marginalized also frequently provide services to people who are homeless. As a result, the report fails in providing a comprehensive list of the agencies located in 3 neighborhoods that provide services to people who are homeless. In fact, there are 68 agencies or agencies at multiple sites providing these services, and not 17 as the report states. This huge gap in the number of agencies is not simply a difference of opinion among researchers. The number of agencies located in a particular neighborhood that serve people who are homeless affects our perception of the concentration of these agencies. If there are only 9 agencies in Macaulay serving this population, as the report states, and not 45 as is identified in this critique, what's the concern about concentration? Locating 45 agencies or agencies at multiple sites in Macaulay is by any reasonable measure too many. To cite but one example, with the rezoning last November and the opening of Mustard Seed Center, 88% of all permanent emergency shelter beds in Edmonton are in Macaulay. Given the evidence presented in this critique and other sources, the City of Edmonton must work with governments and community stakeholders to create a 5-year plan to redistribute social services from Chinatown and downtown to other appropriates of the city, as promised to the community in the 2022 Edmonton Downtown Core and Transit Safety Plan. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And right now, and it's time and for council members to ask your question if they have any. Councillor Catmull.
Thank you. I was just looking at the committee lists. Thank you. So thank you for your presentation and thank you for attending today. Can everybody hear me okay? Am I good? Yeah. So I understand your concern, sir, and I think this is in part my fault because I crafted the motion and I made specific reference to houseless persons. So if I understand your submissions correctly, you're noting that there's far more organizations present in those communities, those downtown communities, than is represented by those that are just serving the houseless community. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that's fair.
And you've made reference to, I think I heard you say 68 individual agencies. Where does that number come from? Is that your own observations or is there something that you can refer to?
Just to be clear, it's not 68 individual agencies. It's 68 agencies and or agencies that have multiple sites. So for instance, E4C has like 10 homeless housing projects in the Collie neighborhood. So it seems misguided from my perspective to only count E4C as one agency. It's not one agency in terms of its impact in the neighborhood.
So it's 68 sites then, is that?
A combination of agencies and sites, yeah. And okay. I did include a table of the 68 agencies and our sites that are broken down for the 3 neighborhoods. This is information that's been around in the neighborhood for a number of years. I worked with 2 colleagues over the past week from the neighborhood to re-examine this list and to make adjustments as necessary to reflect what's happening right now.
And so effectively your submission is that we need to work to meet that pledge to, I'm trying to find the right word in English, to essentially de-concentrate those agencies all in those 2 or 3 neighborhoods. That's essentially the concern, hey?
I don't expect the city to close agencies tomorrow. I think the first step is to not add any more. And I was here last November when the City Council at a public hearing discussed Mustard Seed Center opening in Macaulay, which added 124 new emergency shelter beds. So at that time I argued that you're making the problem worse by adopting that. So at this point, do no more harm. And then we can start talking about decentralizing the agencies from downtown.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Those are all my questions for you. I appreciate your submissions today and for you taking the time to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us today and for your comprehensive submission. You know, I think your overall perspective around the importance of sort of understanding current state clearly so that we can take alternative approaches in the future is very well taken. And I certainly have some follow-up questions for administration in terms of sort of what fell in and didn't in their listing. I think looking at the collection or the inventory that you did of organizations, I think I'm struggling with some of the pieces that you included, because I think you're right, we don't want to understate the situation. I think we also don't want to overstate the situation. So just wondering how GEF seniors housing contributes to some of the tensions that you see in the neighborhood, or organizations such as multicultural health brokers. Can you help me understand that a bit more?
We've had this conversation several times over the years. I think you're absolutely right. Seniors housing doesn't have nearly the impact in the neighborhood as does other types of housing. There's no argument about that, particularly around behaviors of some of the clients who use the housing. There's no doubt about that. However, it's a sense of in the neighborhood that we're overwhelmed. And that's psychological, and you can't quantify that in terms of numbers, but it just feels overwhelming. And it feels like every time there's development, we get ahead in the neighborhood. So the Italian Center Bakery just opened a new beautiful building on 97th Street. What do we see? But I walked by there today to go home for lunch to visit my dog. And there's like 20 people around that area across the street from this beautiful new bakery, which is undermining the neighborhood because people don't want to shop there. And I've talked to people at the bakery. It's only been open less than a year, and they're already experiencing what feels like not as much business as they were hoping for. And people saying they don't want to come around there because of. So it's a general chaos in the neighborhood. It's the messy neighborhood. This morning when I walked here, I walked through around Herb Jameson Center and George Spady. It's appalling. There's like 6 or 7 tents up there already again. There were like 100 people or so milling around at 9 o'clock in the morning. They had nowhere to go. So this doesn't really answer your question around the difference around the impact on different agencies. There's absolutely no doubt about that.
I appreciate that, and I think that's really what we want to address, because I think something that comes through very clearly in this report as well is that the city has limited levers, right? We're not a major funder for many of the organizations that are listed, and so I think it's key that we have that information in terms of advocacy with other funders as well. Did you want to?
That would be terrific. Yeah. I used to work for the city of Edmonton in 2008, 2010, and I worked on the original piece around non-market housing throughout the neighborhood, throughout the city. The head of the department at the time went to the province and said, "Province, don't fund agencies who want to build housing in the inner city," and they allowed that. So I guess I would say advocate to other funders to say, don't fund further development of agencies in the inner city. We have too many.
Yeah, and again, I think you and I may disagree a bit. That I think some of the agencies that are listed help decrease those pressures and that those impacts. But I think the overall point is a really important one, and I'll certainly have some follow-up questions for our administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I start my question, I would like to acknowledge Councillor Picat joining us right now. Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you for your patience, and thank you to Councillor Cartmel for being essentially interchangeable with me.
Thank you for that. So, Phil, thank you so much and taking time come here and to talk about share some concerns. So what I heard here, the one is about the concentration. The services in the area specifically crosses 3 neighborhoods, and of course I heard this and from Chinatown as well. So from and move forward from future looking perspective, and then I heard you talk about a city could not add more services as an option. So is there any specific solutions you think from citizen perspective you can share with us, and how we address this concentration piece, and also how we can balance the needs and from the population who need the help, and also the services we provide?
Well, I guess I would urge council to follow up on its promise to the neighborhood, to the communities, that it would create a 5-year plan to redistribute social services. So I guess the first step would be to strike a group to begin to work on that. And at this point, we're almost 2 years into this 5-year period, and I can't see that the city's done anything on this file.
Okay, thank you for that comment. And because, yes, 2 years ago, and when the tragedy and happened in Chinatown, we did have that conversation and how we decentralized some services, because that is a big concern Chinatown brought up. So when you mentioned this 5 years cycle, and what specifically you mean, is there anything related to our city's policy or strategy?
I'm referring to what's included in the Edmonton Downtown Core and Transit Safety Plan from 2022.
Okay.
It's a direct quote from that document.
Okay, so you refer to that document. Okay,
yes.
Thank you very much for that. So another thing, in terms of this service, with service our city provided, and then from all those agencies in those areas, do you think that anything city could make some change or not, or we just keep doing the services we have right now and just not add the new services? So what's your thought on that?
So is your question whether the city should add more services?
Oh, no. My question is for the, in the reports, we mentioned we have 17 agencies there.
Yes.
And for all those services provided by those agencies, we should keep the current scope. Or was there any change you would like to say, or anything other adjustment you would like to say to really draw some concern and you and your neighbors have?
I guess I can answer that this way. I'd say what we need is a new model of distributing services. How we deliver services need to be rethought. And the current model that we have is we concentrate agencies in the inner city is not working. And anybody can go down to the inner city and look. And this is not working. When you have all these people on the street, we have now tents again. It's a disaster. So to the extent that the city can bring people, stakeholders together to think about a new model of how we want to distribute agencies, that would be terrific. And don't get me wrong, that I think we need more services, we need more housing. This is not about not having too much. This is about not having enough, but also concentrating in a certain number of agencies.
Okay, thank you very much for answering my questions. That's all the questions to the speaker. I didn't see any more name on the board. Thank you for taking your time, and thank you for your patience as well, because waiting to the afternoon. So right now we move to the portion to ask a question to city administration, and if my colleagues have any questions. Okay, Councillor Cardamel.
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you for the report. I guess I've got a number of questions that come to mind. And so first of all, I guess maybe just to pick up on the comments of our speaker, the report does, and maybe this is my fault in the way I crafted the motion, but the report does in essence imply that there's 17 agencies in these 3 neighborhoods, 10 of which are receiving city funding. And the report also talks about the Homework Trust by Names report, which lists just under 3,000 persons. Do you think that portrays sort of a fair view of the number of agencies in that space and the number of people that are coming to those agencies for services?
This is Jennifer, and I'll start the response and then kick it over to someone on the team. You are correct. We did respond to your inquiry about listing all houseless persons serving social agencies. So we were rather focused in our response to that prompt. In terms of using the by names list, the 3,000, that is the typical number that we see, it fluctuates over time, is further broken down to 1,700 provisionally accommodated, so that in terms of numbers of folks that one might see on the streets of Edmonton, it would be around 1,300, I would suggest, split between those who are in shelters and those who are unsheltered.
1,300 for this set of agencies, but the speaker is indicating that, and I guess my question is this perception or reality, and how do we know that there's far more people than that congregating in the neighborhood to attend these agencies? So are we painting an accurate picture with what people might see every day in these 3 neighborhoods?
From a data perspective, the by names list is best in class across the country in terms of understanding the types of challenges folks are experiencing, whether they're provisionally accommodated or not. So I'd have to rely on that data as to what people are experiencing or their perspectives. I think we just have to rely on community members like the speaker today to share what they're experiencing.
So, turning to the report then, Do we have and we just have the, I guess the 17 agencies that reviewed, or maybe even just the 10, but do we have a list of the discrete services that are offered by these agencies? I was kind of looking for a bit of a matrix, that depending on the service or the lines of services that are offered, we would see not only what services were in those spaces, but how many different agencies were offering the same service. A bit of a gap and overlap analysis. Do we have that kind of information?
Hi, thank you for the question, Councillor Cartmel. As you see in Attachment 1, the Attachment 1 does have the services provided by each of those organizations, but we didn't do a cross table of how many organizations provide each of those services.
Is that very hard to do?
We could certainly do that. As noted by the speaker when we did pull this report together, we have focused it on organizations that are primarily serving the houseless population. And so it's depending on which services, we have organizations serving our houseless population that provide services to both houseless and those who are not houseless. And if you look at a support, let's just take right off the top, perhaps support for animals. It's entirely possible that there are a number of organizations providing supports for animals, providing both support to individuals who are houseless, individuals who are not houseless, and or a combination of the two. So we could take that away at the will of council, but we would need some guidance in terms of how we scope those that blend.
Yeah, and is there value in doing that work? I don't want to prescribe, just work for the sake of work. So I have a number of other questions. The chart that's provided talks about the number of unique, discrete individuals that were served, number of clients served. But do we have any sort of, I'm going to get into a metric, I'll wait to come around again. I'm going to get into a bit of a metrics conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the report. I think there's two approaches I want to take. I think there's sort of a broader narrative and broader conversation that I want to touch on. But I think I did just want to get into a bit of the nitty gritty with sort of what was in and what was off of the list. So I'm just wondering, again, appreciating it's a bit of a gray area. So what I'll note is that there seems to be a bit of a blend in terms of housing. So I'm looking at the Salvation Army facility, which for me seems like longer term housing and care, but are there programs being run out of that facility? And that's why it was included, whereas like a place like Nigadan or Ambrose Place wasn't included?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. We actually did not include housing in the scan. It just so happens, and that's a good example of Salvation Army, that services are being provided at those sites. So we stuck to the geographic parameters and the houseless serving component that was in the motion.
Okay, great. So it is a housing facility, but they have those sort of off-site programs that are being provided. Okay, and then something like the Rock, they provide breakfast 3 days a week. Again, just wondering, recognizing it's sort of impossible to have a perfect, but wondering if that was on the radar, why that was included, not included?
Some of the more specific details about what services organizations are providing and to which subpopulations can be found, but would have required a much more in-depth conversation with reaching out to agencies in particular to get a listing of their services, who they serve, etc. So this data is based on a scan and some reaching out to agencies given the time that we had.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, and I think what I'm talking about is not an order of magnitude. It's maybe a couple here, a couple there, on or off. I think it doesn't take away from the overall picture. I think that's here. And I think, a piece that I'm noticing is, and again, it wasn't part of the motion, so not to say that it's a gap in the work, but I recognize that what we don't see as a counterpoint is the number of agencies across the city and the amount of city funding that's going towards those agencies. And I would, do we have a sense of that balance?
We don't have a sense of that balance based on the work done for this report, and that is a much larger scope of work to undertake.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I think, and I think of, I think something else that I don't know came through in this report is, you know, as was mentioned by our speaker, particularly around emergency shelter spaces. So do we have that number in terms of the proportion of emergency shelter spaces in the city that are located in these neighborhoods?
Based on our current numbers, our best estimate is about 70% of operational emergency shelter spaces are located in Macaulay.
70%. Macaulay, Boyle Street, and Central McDougall?
Macaulay and Boyle Street.
And Boyle Street, okay. So that's actually an interesting number because I recall it being closer to 80, 90% not too long ago. So does that recognize that there has been a shift in terms of where some of the funding for new shelter spaces has been going?
Definitely. It's only been up until just this recent winter season where we've seen an expansion of spaces by the government of Alberta.
Okay, so not perfect by any means, but that's actually a fairly positive trend in terms of seeing that number go down and really following through with that intention of not adding more in this space and continuing to invest in others.
And Councillor, if I just might add that you are right, it is demonstrating a movement to just getting services available where people are, regardless of where they find themselves within the city bounds, right? So, you know, talking about C5 Hub in Northeast Edmonton, or that there are food bank depots are located across the city, or that George Spady Detox at the February 20th public hearing will be relocating to the west of the city. We've got our new supportive housing developments at King Edward Park, MacArthur, Terrace Heights, and Westmount. I could go on, but I think that the push really is let's get more services out there to serve more people.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that's definitely, you know, that was sort of the policy and we're starting to really see that happen in practice. So I'll leave it there for now. Again, really appreciate the information and the conversation today.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I just want clarification. The Provincial Navigation Center's not listed here because it's outside of those three neighborhood boundaries. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Because I was just wondering about the duplication of services that they are providing. I'm also wondering, with the funding that we've provided, were there any goals or objectives or outcomes or anything as part of that funding agreement? And if so, have those goals been achieved?
Can I pass this one over to Judy, who can talk about the FCSS?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. For FCSS, as you are aware, we have pretty specific outcomes. We're looking for all of these organizations and how many groups or how many individuals they reach and have to report to the province on that. So we're pretty pleased with the work that's happening. We're seeing groups work together, trying to find ways to work in a more coordinated fashion so that people can access the right services at places and get handed off to others, that everyone's not doing that duplication like Councillor Carmel was talking about earlier. So we're really impressed with that. And again, FCSS is a prevention piece, right? Trying to get ahead of some of the issues and trying to give that sense of belonging and community.
So the 10.6 million in 2022 and 10.2 in 2023, that's FCSS funding?
No, that's all the different funding. Part of I think Jen asked for me just because for the FCSS part, we have a really specific program with the province around reporting.
So how much of that was FCSS funding?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I'd have to do some calculations. Hanny might have a better answer for me.
Okay, because with CIOG, there's no outcomes that are...
They do have to respond to how they've increased their reach to other groups, how they've reduced barriers to participation. That's also one of the key. For some of the one-off, their annual funding, and around other homeless prevention, Hanny would have to take the answer to those ones.
Okay, and the CIOG, that could be like mutual aid groups as well. That's not necessarily
yes
these agencies here. So we're
yes
funding even more than what's listed here.
yes, because they're all smaller community groups.
Okay. Thank you, Judy. I'm just also wondering, Ms. Flaman, you talked about the 1,700 provisionally housed. So I guess, what's the definition of provisionally housed? Are those ones that do take shelter in the overnight shelters?
No, those ones are, those folks are accounted for under the heading shelters or unsheltered. So the folks that are about 1,700 that are provisionally accommodated would be those folks who might be what they call the hidden homeless. They are couch surfing, maybe sleeping with family or friends and not necessarily having their own primary residence.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. And I don't know if I can ask a question of Councillor Cartmel in regards to the rationale for requesting this information. Can I ask it?
Yeah, so I think so, because we only have one item. Okay, yeah. So go ahead, Councillor Wright.
So Councillor Cartmel, I was just wondering what the purpose of this motion or this inquiry was.
So I don't think, I mean, I'm happy to answer the question, but I don't think councillor versus councillor questions are permitted in community.
Okay, that's why I asked ahead of time to see if it.
Yeah,
but
like
you're not
by
comfortable.
now
Okay.
we should all know the processes, shouldn't we?
Okay, thank you. So then I guess my last question for administration, I guess in providing these services, are there any bottlenecks or anything that have been identified from what we were, I guess, hoping to accomplish with this funding?
Councillor Wright, I think that's a really good question. It is, however, complicated to answer that. The funding that goes out the door from the city isn't all from the same area or for the same purpose. So with multiple potential agreements, contracts, and so forth to achieve particular aims, we haven't done the comprehensive analysis needed to answer a question about common outcomes and common targets achieved.
Okay, so that's not something that was part of this inquiry. Okay, my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you to administration for pulling this together, and thank you to my colleagues for the discussion today. I guess I was wondering with administration, so by way of introduction, on the south side, the Old Strathcona Youth Society is having to move from their space to another space, and unanticipated moves or anticipated moves can both be incredibly expensive, but also rarely are they budgeted for in the social sector, and that puts a lot of onus and headache, and just having to have a nonprofit whose specialization might be, in public service or healthcare, now having to deal with real estate transactions, deals, mortgages, all of that. That's incredibly challenging. And I just was wondering if administration could elaborate a little bit, like, are there unanticipated emergency grants, funding proposals, et cetera? Like if we are contemplating, as we move with city plans, some sort of a reconfiguration of service delivery geographically, how are we going to anticipate the evolving real estate needs, if that makes sense?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Jens. Through the zoning bylaw, what we have tried to do is ensure that there is more ability to work with the real estate that is on market or elsewhere to be able to ensure that there are social services available in each community for community members who may require it. So that creates a better foundation upon which we can consider the real estate needs of any individual organization as they're searching for it. Of course, those moments of opportunities come up at different times for different organizations, depending on investment, depending on funders, depending on clients, and so on. And so one holistic look at how do we redefine the real estate market, I think is unlikely to be successful as a point-in-time approach. But I think what we have been doing as a city is trying to ensure that we keep the lines of communication open, that we make as much opportunity to ensure that social services are available in each of the communities as they're required, and then we consider support in terms of whether it's land support or financial support based on evolving needs of the city.
Yeah. No, that's helpful. So we don't have it in a sense, kind of a moving fund or emergency fund for nonprofits.
We do not.
So that would, if there was contemplation to where services were provided, if one of my colleagues or I'm not sure the next steps on this motion, but if there was some sort of a contemplation of moving services out of the core or in this prescribed area, those costs would then have to be assumed by the providers themselves. Is that correct?
Yes, and I don't think that the city actually has levers to compel anyone to leave their current space. I think it would be more of how then would the city incent such a move, which would not, I think, be a very inexpensive option to pursue.
Okay, and I wasn't part of council when the debate happened, but it was a contemplation of a percentage of services per neighborhood or something. How did that work exactly? What was the criteria?
Are you referring to the 16% target of affordable housing across the city?
Yes. And it was per neighborhood?
We are still working through, is it per neighborhood or per district? We can circle back with you with that information.
I can add to that. The 16% target originally was based on an assessment of the need for the core housing need in Edmonton, and the database of housing units that administration is aware of in the city, and based primarily on the principle of allowing choice for folks who are in housing need across the city. The 16% was meant to be an aspirational target for all neighborhoods.
Right. Okay. I'm curious, next to these three neighborhoods, which would be the next three neighborhoods with the highest concentration of services? Do we ballpark know what that would be?
We have not done that analysis.
Yeah, and don't want to ask you on your gut, but I'm just wondering how maybe the West End or even the South Side are served by comparison.
We haven't done that analysis.
Okay. All right. Well, this was really helpful. I appreciate it. It was certainly provocative and helpful reading. So yeah, I will follow up other matters offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cathmill.
Great, thank you. So I've got a number of other questions. I want to first preface that though by saying that I don't want to lose the fact that we're talking about people. So when we start talking about numbers and dollars and spaces and things like that, I want to ask some of those questions, but I want to make it clear that we're not losing the understanding that we're talking about people in need and persons, and that should be done in a caring way. I wonder if there's been any analysis done on whether or not, it seems like we're kind of caught potentially in a bit of a circular argument. So, there's a higher need, say, in a core neighborhood. So there's agencies that go to that neighborhood to serve that need. And so because those agencies are in that neighborhood, more individuals come to that neighborhood for the services they need. Have we ever unpacked that? Like if we, and I'm not suggesting that we compel people to move out of a building that they have a lease in or anything like that, but if services were offered in other parts of the city, would we see a deconcentration? Would we see people drawn to those outlets in other places? Have we Have we done that analysis? I mean, it sounds sort of intuitive, but is that the case?
I would suggest that we have done some of that engagement with the social serving agencies, and some of the things that they've offered are that you have to deliver the services where people are. So there is an element of you got to go where people are, that they need to be within a walking radius of where people are sleeping, where it be their housing, whatever that looks like. And that there needs to be a recognition of transit and connection to LRT, things like that, that preclude various areas of the city as not being really viable options to house these kinds of supports.
So does it then start with housing? So if we started with having housing available, and this is the metric that Councillor Jans was referring to, but if we actually began to achieve more affordable housing as a start in various parts of the city, that we would begin to, as a first step, have the housing available that then would provide that proximity to an agency outlet coming to that neighborhood.
That's a very good question. And when we get down to it, quite frankly, when we're talking about some of the challenges that we're seeing on our streets, some of the challenges that individuals are facing, it comes down to housing, the appropriate type of housing at the appropriate cost, and with the appropriate supports that are required. And to your point, starting there and starting with housing and getting folks into secure, stable, and supportive housing is going to be the steps that's going to show us that difference in our communities and on our streets. And our target towards 16% affordable housing in each of the neighborhoods is a big step in that direction. And we do have levers as a city to start to encourage that, which is as we're considering funding support, at least provided by the city, we do take that into account in terms of how do we ensure that affordable housing and or supportive housing is available throughout our community for those who need it.
Yeah, so I don't want to turn this into a different conversation, but one of those levers is surplus school sites, and I would note that as a first step, providing housing in the southwest part of the city would require the school board declaring one of those sites surplus, and it is actually the school board that is in the way of actually taking that first step, at least in some way in southwest Edmonton. So I would encourage my colleagues to continue to ask the school board to allow us to take those steps. I want to circle back a little bit to the chart that has been provided, and it speaks to the number of unique clients that have been served. But do we track outcomes? Do we just simply count the number of people that come through a door of an agency, or do we actually analyze whether their journey has improved in some way?
Thank you for the question. I will hand it over to Henny to respond. We'll just also note that we have a conversation coming up on the community plan, and I do expect that we will have a more in-depth conversation on this very matter when we're talking about the community plan, but I can pass it over to Henny to talk about what that looks like today.
Thank you, Stacey. To my earlier comment to Councillor Wright about the challenges of various contracts and agreements and funding arrangements, there are particular outputs and outcomes that are tracked. And when it comes to homeless serving agencies and housing outcomes in particular, to Stacey's point, that the ideal venue to talk about either a standardized or a collective outcomes conversation is through the community plan conversation and is through the system planner that is Homeward Trust, which is the aggregator of most of the funding from orders of government for addressing homelessness in Edmonton.
I have a number of other questions. What would you like to do, Councillor Rice? Can I continue, or?
So, Councillor Principe is come back in the meeting, so I will pass back to her as a chair role, and she can decide it. And I did not say any other name on the board, but I will need Councillor Principe to decide it. Councillor Principe? So
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Return the chair to you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for chairing in my absence. I appreciate it. Councillor Cartmell, yes, please go ahead on another round.
Okay, thank you. So So I guess I don't quite understand that comment. So I've got a number of questions about whether we're measuring outcomes or what metrics we're using to evaluate uh, uh, performance, I suppose, or how we measure whether our investments in these agencies are being effective. And you're saying that this is not the appropriate time to ask those questions?
My apologies, Councillor. We are measuring the outputs and outcomes of the funding agreements that we have, and we don't have the details of that evaluation here in this report. We can certainly circle back and provide that. What I meant to say was that a sort of comprehensive approach on a collective impact would be best suited for a conversation about with the community plan.
If I can perhaps add to that, as we noted, we have a few different lines of funding that go to these organizations as outlined in the report. And so some of that is specific grants for specific outcomes. Some of that is through FCSS for preventative social services. So the ongoing funding, for example, I'd have to look it up in front of me here, million that's provided annually for preventative social services. That has specific outcomes that are in line with FCSS, and I could certainly pass it over to Judy to highlight some of the outcomes that we're seeing there. But because we have different streams of funding for the funding that's noted in the report, those streams of funding can have different intents and different outcomes required for them.
But are the outcomes we are measuring simply the number of unique people that we interact with, or are we journey mapping? Are we understanding where a particular person is when they walk through the door and where they end up after interacting with this agency over time? Like, are we tracking how we're making lives better and how many lives we're making better?
So for FCSS, Councillor Cartmel, I'll just give you an example, is that we collect the unique participants, but we also look at the outcomes, and people respond on how they've improved in that area. So I can give example about the Community Wellness Connection at Boyle. That's a Boyle and Bissell project. And participants are answering questions around if they've got improved skills to develop and maintain positive mental health. Are they accessing resources to address their specific mental health needs? Have they improved networks of social support? So we do with all of our funded organizations track the positive impact and report that to the province for the funding.
Are those self-evaluations, or are they?
They're whatever sort of evaluation processes. So some of them will be surveys that clients do, some will be observation. So for our early learning, for that social emotional development, it's observation sometimes by the leaders to see that children have progressed, or there's lots of different ways. So it can be a variety of ways.
Do we report that? Does the city report that in a public way, or simply to the province?
The groups report to us, we report to the province, and then we do, normally it's in the CSAB report, there's an FCSS section for that piece that talks about it brought together. We just haven't published that this year because it was too early.
What's a CSAB report?
Oh, sorry, the Community Service Advisory Report. So those annual reports, the FCSS report has been in it previously every year. So they're online, I can get you the.
No, I'm asking for the benefit of the people that are watching this, Ms. Smith. Okay. I mean, I know what CSAB means, but not everybody else does, right? So
thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So, I guess one of the things that I'm trying to drive to is, how do we demonstrate that we're making a real difference in lives here? That's one of the things. There's a few things here. To those that are making investments, effectively to the, we're spending other people's money to do these things. And so how can we demonstrate that we're doing that in an effective way? Are we achieving systemic change? Are things getting better overall? So, do we track things like second generation clientele or third generation clientele? Are those the kind of metrics that we measure, that we gauge?
I share your interest in being able to track progress. I think some of the barriers for us to journey map with one individual across multiple systems across multiple agencies, it's very possible and happens that we have one person who works with Bissell, then that one person might work with Boyle. Some will also then work with Homeward Trust through the housing outreach. There are current silos, and to the earlier point the team was making around the community plan, this is work that needs to get done. We recognize this gap of how do we know that we're making a difference for each of these individuals. What does that case management look like? And that certainly is some of the work that Homeward Trust and the other operators in this ecosystem are working towards.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Councillor Rice. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I have a few follow-up questions here. So the first one, this report is just only focused on the organization, the agencies, and then to serving houseless population. So it's not cover other type of services. And in terms, we are talking about centralization or concentration. There's so many services, agencies there, right?
That's correct.
So then my question to this, city funded 10 of 17 agencies. Is there any time or is there any work has been done to look at integrate these services together? Because what I heard and from some Edmontonians say that we have different services, different agencies, but different agencies, they may provide the similar services. And then from operation efficiency perspective, and also from that concern we heard, try deconcentrated services purpose. Is there any work has been done or any planned work in place for that piece?
So in terms of assessing when
integrated services.
So when I can't compel agencies to necessarily work together. So I guess when different agencies put their application in for different grant programs, they are assessed based on that application. We certainly could look at constructing different programs that require integration in order to get those funds, but that's not something we've currently done.
So because I recall as council actually debated and also provided the direction and on the collaboration efforts and for the agencies work together and for certain program or certain services we provided. So by looking at these reports, that question come into my mind. Maybe that is a place we can contemplate or look into explore further, and to really ensure the concern we heard and it could be part of the strategy and for the deconcentration for certain agency. I just want to put that question there. That's number one question. Number two question is related to funding and is attachment one. So the funding from municipal, and we have the annual funding $3.3 million for those agencies, and from the year 2023 to 2025. But in 2022 and 2023, we have one-time municipal funding, and for the 10 million. Based on these three attachments, is that fair to say? And in 2024, we don't have that one-time funding, so we only have the ongoing funding annually, and for $3.3 million.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, so where was the $10 million one-time funding from?
There were a variety of funding sources.
Okay, so that's, but in total from city.
Correct.
And if you look in attachment one, there is a line that says like the CIOG or CSWB. The funding sources are identified in the brackets.
So in the different type of funding and under community services.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I just want to follow up because I feel that this is a really important conversation in terms of some of the metrics and measures. And I know we've had this discussion in the context of community safety and well-being. So just wondering if we have any update. I think our last meeting we touched on the idea of a self-sufficiency matrix, maybe starting to roll that out with our community safety well-being grants, but then seeing how it could grow into some of our other granting streams. Just wondering if there's an update on that work.
Oh, we don't have that person from our delegation prepared to come speak to that piece, but we certainly can follow up with you. Oh,
is there someone there?
I was excited, then there was like, and she's not. Sorry.
No, that's all good. No, that's great. I mean, I think, yeah, not that we need all the details here, but I think it is an important conversation and also one that is happening in some of our other discussion points. Great. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask it in this way. I was speaking to a community representative, someone who works in this ecosystem, who's not here, so I don't want to use their name. But they spoke about a LifeWorks social safety matrix. And so this was, as I understand it, and I'm clearly not an expert in this field, but as I understood it, this was an evaluation tool where trained individuals could assess a client and establish a bit of a baseline, and then identify where that person's, where their greatest need was, and try to attend to that need. And over time, refer back to this matrix, to this evaluation, and track progress. And I don't know if this is a commonly held view, or if this is what I'm referring to is a name that's familiar to those that work in this field. But I guess I wonder if there was some sort of standardized tool that was used in casework, individualized casework, that could not lead to some sort of aggregated data by agency that would speak to how many personal journeys are being positively affected by an individual agency, perhaps by line of service, perhaps by agency, so that we get a sense of whether we're making it better or not. Does any of that make sense? Have we had a conversation around standardized evaluation tools and standardized data collection across the realm?
Thank you, Councillor. It absolutely does make sense. Again, not to get ahead of ourselves on the community plan, which will be coming up in not too long, but I do know that there are conversations about considering new ways to track and identify progress in a person's journey. And certainly we know that there are examples that are quite successful here in Edmonton that perhaps could be explored on a wider basis. So again, that's part of that sort of systemic look at how we are doing in supporting individuals and their transitioning to housing through the community plan. And that's coordinated through Homeward Trust. So that conversation is upcoming.
Okay, so I keep hearing that I should wait until we have the conversation around the community plan before I can get answers to these questions. That's kind of the message I'm receiving. So when is that conversation?
It's in May.
May
21st to be specific.
And there's reference to Homeward Trust, which circles back to the by names registry, but which, in a way, does not attend to the concerns that the speaker had earlier. That there's a homeless lens and perhaps a housing lens, but there's not an overall social service agency ecosystem lens that might come with that report. So, is that right or wrong?
That's correct. The conversation will be focused on the homeless serving system of care and not on all social service agencies.
So, reading from the report, we've got FCSS, we've got CIOG, we've got CSWB, something called EIRC, several others, Senior Center Investment Grant. Like, we've got all of these things. How do we collect all of these efforts, all of these agencies, all of these investments and create, some sort of clearly understood standard, clearly understood evaluation tool, both of the effectiveness of these agencies, so that we can take that easily understood, concise information to the people that we represent. Like, I'm asking the questions that I get asked all the time. How much do we invest? Who gets that money? What do they do with it? How does it get better? Because it doesn't feel like it's getting better. And I can't provide a concise, articulate answer on that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cartmel. I think it's important to also remember that we're a limited funding partner here, and even for those that are included in the attachment, we are not the funding partner for all of those entities, and they are all individual organizations which are driven by their own boards and their own funders, and so there will always be a limited amount of influence that we can have over mandating them towards a certain outcome.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand this. So the reason this report focused on just the 3 neighborhoods was because that was the will of the mover. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And while administration does have thoughts about services across the city, they weren't asked to provide that in this case.
Correct.
It's just these 3 neighborhoods. That's the scope. I'm just trying to get that clear.
Yes.
And as the provincial government had promised, was it 1,700 24/7 shelter beds by November 1st, or was it 1,500?
1,700.
1,700. And where we're at is like 1,530 or something. Is that correct?
No, 1,800.
Okay, great news. Can you help me? When did we reach 1,800?
I believe that was a couple of months ago now, but I'd have to confirm.
Okay, excellent. Now, and that's 24/7 shelter beds. That's correct.
That includes 300 transitional spaces.
Excellent. Yeah. Now, there was a lot of commentary around the city of Edmonton has been providing funding to the Bissell Center in Boyle Street for a number of years. Unfortunately, we are not continuing with that funding at this time. I realize that was one envelope, though. How are those 2 decisions impacting this report?
Those decisions do not impact this report.
Okay, because Bissell is outside of the geographic area.
Well, mostly because their funding agreements cease on April 30th and later on in the spring.
So when I'm reading this report here and I'm trying to scan, I think it's page 4. So how many clients now would not be served by this report? Or sorry, by that change?
We would have to confer with the 2 agencies to get an understanding of how they would shift their services and how many unique visitors they would anticipate serving.
Okay, and then those numbers would be then subtracted from the 1,800 24/7 shelter spaces that the province has provided?
Those 2
our
are
assumption is-
unrelated. Bissell and Boyle's day service is not part of the emergency shelter numbers that are operated through the government of Alberta.
So the 24/7 shelter spaces operated by the government of Alberta, those 1,800, what do they offer sort of between the 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. hours?
It varies per site.
Tell me more, please.
We don't have the specific details of each site operations, hours, and services provided in front of us, but we can circle back with that information to members of council.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I think as we heard from the speaker earlier, I think there's some general concern about not just the location and the service provided, but the off-hours service provided. What the individuals, then the clients are doing, or their needs, or their concerns there. So. I also just wanted to confirm the timeline of this report. So does this interact with since the time the navigation center has been set up? Or is this all pre-navigation center?
Most of this information is pre-navigation center in terms of timelines.
Okay, because the concern I've heard from community members is basically the encampments were cleared and the folks were then moved to the navigation center. But of the 630 people, as of March 26, at least, as the 630 people who came to the navigation center, only 5 were housed. The rest were sort of put back into the cycle, and so the remaining 625 folks would either be at probably a shelter, maybe in one of these counts here, or continuing in the count here. And so just I think echoing some of my colleagues' points about just the lack of still a permanent solution here, that this is just because the tents are down doesn't mean that people are necessarily any more served. And that's that. I'm just for future reports, maybe if we could track that kind of a data, like if in addition, but I also hear admin's challenge there.
And it's the same question I have when we look at the annual number of unique clients served. When I look at 3,659 unique services provided, I don't have any understanding of those 3,659 services. Was 1,000, are they permanently housed now? Like, I don't have that level of information as well.
Yeah, and that's very frustrating. And thank you for confirming that frustration.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thanks. I understand there might be a desire just to spend a little time between now and council so that Councillor Carmel can decide whether there needs to be a motion. So I'm just going to requisition.
Requisition.
Thank you. So we are requisitioning this item to the next City Council as 2 members of the committee have called requisition. At this time, Clerk Karbashewski, we are on to item 9 now. Is that correct? Private reports?
Yes, Councillor Principe, you're correct.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Private reports, none. Motions pending, none. Notices of motion and motions without customary notice, none. We are adjourned.